Caloriferowy Tiger! Busiu. Busiu. Uj. Caloriferowy Tiger! Okay, we're gonna start with a... with a song. I've been watching this anime called Solo Leveling. I'm here? Wait, are you here now or are you here the last stream? Hello, if you're here. But if you're not here, then this feels like a trap. This feels like a trap from... Also, I need to select my own channel on Twitch so that it shows my stuff, not my chat. Alright, we're gonna start with a game, then we're gonna do some slop content, and then we're gonna, I don't know, gonna do stuff. Wait, I have to say to people. Yes, I have to say it. Say it. Oh yeah, no sure. No, not that. Baby talks reserved for Fido. Everyone. I am live right now. OMG. What? There you go. That should work. What? OMG, what? Hold on. What was I doing before all this? Ah, yes. Now I remember. I remember my... Everyone. I am live. Lol. What? Hello, fake Alec Carl Parker. I am live. What? Okay. Okay, we're gonna start with a game. Yeah, we're gonna start with the asterisk. See, you missed it earlier, but you're not gonna miss it now because I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna put it on the stream and we're gonna play a level. Asterix. We're gonna start with a game, then we're gonna do slop content. We're gonna do Destiny slop content. Have you ever heard of a woman called Lauren Southern? Lauren Southern? Have you heard of Lauren Southern? Have you heard of the tragic tale of Lauren Southern the Wise?
Asterix and Obelix. Slap them all.
Whoa. Slap them all. Gotta slap them all. Got 'em. Alright. Gotta slap them all. Asterix. Yes, apparently she's gotten back with Mr. Destiny. So this is gonna be our slop content for today. Woo! Options. Language. English. French, Rahman, English. French, Rahman, English. Oh wow. I got here just in time. Exactly. We're gonna talk about Destiny and Lauren Southern today. But first we're gonna do some Asterix. You like Asterix, right? You like one of the most famous comic books ever, right? Display. Wait, isn't there a difficulty setting?
entirely occupied by the
Exactly.
Romans. Well, not entirely. One small village of indomitable Gauls still holds out against the invaders. And life is not easy for the Roman legionaries who garrison the fortified camps of Totorum, Aquarium, Laudanum, and Compendium.
Compendium.
Our story begins in the forest, not far from the small village we know so well.
Let's take advantage of this lovely day to go hunt some boars, Obelix.
Oh, yes. Goody, goody, goody. Dogmatics is up for a walk too. Her Dogmatics.
I don't like the English translations of the names, by the way. It's Idefix. Okay? Poland just uses the French names. It's Idefix, not something something. What they just said. It's Idefix. Whoa, this game has really nice graphics, by the way. Okay, let's play.
Come on. Well,
Asterix, Obelix.
very good choice. Goody. Well, let's get going.
Look, this game looks really nice.
The year is 50.
Okay, we already know this. Look at this. Tell me this game does not look nice. Visually, at least, okay? Oh my god, this is just like a animated show, isn't it? Oh my gosh, look at this.
Come on, don't be shy. Let it rip. One free, go on the carousel. Let it rip. Come on, don't be shy.
Look at that. Can I pick the mushrooms now?
There's no shortage of Romans in the area.
This game is visually really nice,
Hang on tight.
isn't it? Wow, I thought I would hear a lot more praise for this game.
Let's clear the air.
I don't know, it looks kind of impressive. I don't have Asterix fans in my audience, it seems.
Make way! Make way! Look what we have here! Bacon! There's no end to them.
Oh boy. Ah. Feels like the, what do you call, feedback to Asterix so underwhelming that we're gonna do a level or two and then we're gonna jump to the slop.
One free, go on the carousel! Coming in hot!
I thought there would be like massive hype. Whoa. I read a lot of Asterix as a kid. The humor always was nice. There was an arcade Asterix game that I played as a kid as well.
Nothing but pillaging and plundering. Hang on tight! One free, go on the carousel!
Huh. Go, go, go.
Hup. Hup.
Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Holy crap. Look, I'm hurt.
Let's clear the air. One free go on the carousel.
Oh my gosh, I'm really hurt now.
Hup.
I should just avoid this.
I need to regain my strength for that.
I'm almost dead. The enemy fire is a thing in this game. That's kind of fun. The fact that this game has enemy fire. Oh, it's it? Say Asterix, I feel like we're seeing fewer Romans in the forest this year. It's the season, Obelix. They've all gone to invade the British coast. Oof. This is the season to be jolly and invade the Brits. Press like on the stream. Damn, Asterix is not really hot cake. Not really considered a hot topic.
Jump back into it.
I hope they come back in good shape. The sea air always turns them the prettiest colors.
That takes care of that.
Mission complete, the year 50 BC. Oh my gosh. Christ will be here soon.
Back at the village, our Gauls happen upon a curious visitor.
Who? Who? I say, gentlemen, would you show me the residence of one Mr. Asterix? Oh, this is based on a very old Asterix issue. I am Asterix. I say, that's a crupend of luck. Crupend of luck. I am Anticlimax of Britain. Anticlimax, my Germanic cousin. This here is my best friend Obelix. Charmed. Shake me by the hand, good sir. Sure. Obelix, don't shake him like that. Yeah, I still remember the comic. But it's this Germanic Briton who... Splendid. True be told, I've come to ask for your aid, Asterix. My village is under attack by the Romans. Think you could spare us any of that magic potion of yours? You come with us, Anticlimax. We'll go and ask our druid Getaf. Oh. It's panoramic. Oh, come on. Get a fix? It's panoramics. Some potion? I could whip you up a barrel of it to help your village. Will that be to go? Marvelous. A tip of the helmet. What? But however will I manage to deliver this large barrel to Britain all my lonesome? Asterix, Obelix, I think you two could escort him. The Romans are quite sparse in our region at the moment. We're gonna see the Romans. Goody, goody, goody. We're gonna see the Romans. What are those strange herbs? Get a fix? There are herbs that come from far away. You can take them if you'd like. Wow. This is classic Asterix we're doing.
our friends take to the sea. But before long, the wind is taken out of their sails.
All right, and all set. Can't be far from the coast. These Romans are like fish out of water.
Hello. Yeah, that's right. We're playing a good game, and then we're gonna do slop content. Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. Is there an achievement for doing a really long combo?
I'm much too weak for that.
The graphics are really nice in this game.
It's impressive. You can barely feel the waves.
I know, it's one of the most famous comic books ever. I read a lot of it as a kid.
There must be a nest of them nearby.
So I thought, let's play the game a bit. Let's warm up, right? Before we get into slop and the depressing news. Oh boy. Do we have some depressing news today? Especially about Ukraine, as always. As I'm preparing for my next trip. Also, I'm preparing to get the accreditation with the armed forces so that I can do the trip to Far Eastern regions.
Can't be far from the coast.
Start over? Wasn't Poland attacked? Wait, when? Where? What? No, there was a sabotage on the all the train tracks. I'm actually uploading a segment about it as we speak. There's been an update about that.
Ah, that's cool.
10,000 soldiers are being deployed. Or something. Also, I think the security level is put on Charlie level or something. There are 4 levels of security. And Poland is on Charlie right now. Pretty big deal. Also, Poland has closed... We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna do a whole segment about it. Poland has closed the last consulate of Russia in Poland
You'll have to look
because of Russian terrorism. The narrative about the incident has been really used by anti-Ukrainian crowd. We're gonna talk about this too. There's a lot of aspects to that story. We have a lot of stories to talk about today, actually. We have a lot of stories to talk about.
Can't be far from the coast.
This is gonna be a lucrative stream. Lucrative stream indeed. And then I really have to buckle up and do some serious preparations. Also, if you like what I do, consider joining the page and sending me $1 or $2, because I'm preparing to head out to Ukraine again. I just came back to Poland and I'm preparing to head out again. So consider, okay? I hope we can reach like a huge number of viewers like we had the day before yesterday. Like we had like 33 viewers. It's crazy how many viewers we've had for my size, for my channel, okay? Me having 30 viewers is like, whoa, you know? Sounds crazy.
There must be a nest of them nearby.
You know? Felt like we are growing. Thank you, Incub. Thank you very much. Wait, what is OT? Ah, okay. Hey Asterix, what if we were to commandeer that sailboat to transport the potion and barrel to Britain? That's enough potion talk. There's an enemy ears listening. Besides, our boat is more discreet. I don't want to rush you, but let us return to my boat before the fog settles in. What? These indomitables are transporting a barrel of magic potion to Britain. I need to warn the commanders.
Victory! This ship is impressive. We can barely feel the waves.
Yes, it seems to be, yeah. I really like that comic. But yeah, it is based on that, it seems.
Our 2 Gauls, a Breton, a barrel, and a small dog disembark at last on a charming British beach.
Don't shove. There'll be enough for everyone.
Oh my gosh, true. Hot water. Oh yeah, they haven't discovered tea yet because those are the herbs. They're the herbs or herbs that you took from Panoramics. Okay, that's the name that I'm gonna use. I'm gonna say the real name. Oh my gosh, I got comments on the Zanderhall video. I'm gonna reply to a comment because I'm like a very active streamer. Wait, what's his name in Polish? Whose name in Polish? Oh, Panoramix. That's his name in Polish. The Polish version of the comic used the French names. Okay. But the English version of Asterix for some reason translated the names to things like Get a Fix. And I don't like it, okay? I like the original names more. I like the dog being called Idefix, not whatever the hell they made it. Yeah. What feel weird? Get a Fix? I know. It does feel weird. I don't like the English names. I don't like the English translated names of the characters. I like the originals. I'm used to the originals. So it kind of puts me off when I see the English translated names of the Asterix characters.
Let's jump back into it.
Oh yeah.
You can feel the
Belgian
pace.
comics are cool. French comics are cool. Yeah. They're really good. The artwork is always really good.
I'm all
Actually.
fired up.
There was this really nice comic book that I read as a kid, Hugo. This game has really nice graphics. It probably gets super repetitive really fast, but it has really nice visuals. It's really nice presentation, if anything. I can't believe my flop Xanderhall content. I'm gonna tell you how many views it has right now. As of right now, it has 501 views. I cannot believe that the Xanderhall bit has reached 501 views. Oh my god. Is it gonna reach 1,000? We're gonna get 1,000 on the Xanderhall video? It's funny how there was a bit of a battle between French and Belgian comic artists. It's because of those L comments, thank you. No, I think it was because of your geography trivia at the end there.
Let's jump back into it.
The L was just like an entree to the main dish. Kind of like, you know. The entree was nice, but the main dish is what sealed the deal. About geography? What do you mean? I told you what it was about. It was about geography. What else do you need to know? All you need to know is that it was about geography. In particular, about geography. What do you mean? Geography trivia.
Who wants some slaps?
I don't want to spoil. If you want to know more, you have to go to the comments. If you haven't read it. Well, you wrote it, but if to anybody that... Maybe people have to go and read the comment. Hello, Misanek. Dzień dobry. Well, at this point it's dobry wieczór. Or something. Not dzień dobry anymore. Yeah? I am interested in French comics, actually. Okay, chat. Shall we continue with the game, or do I proceed to the slop? How many viewers do we have? If we have a bit of viewers, then we can go to the slop. 7 viewers. Slop or continue game? Also, Misanek, please consider not being white. As in, consider subscribing to the page. It helps my finance to continue my journalisms.
Let's jump back into it.
As I'm trying to get accredited with the Ukrainian armed forces, and I'm preparing to head back to Ukraine and to actually start a pretty big project. I'm starting to kickstart my biggest project yet. Also consider blah blah blah. Exactly. Exactly. Whoa. I could not have said it better. Maybe I should check on Chud Logic. It's been a while since I've checked on Chud Logic.
Well, that's done. Now on we go.
Booba was a horse.
You can smell the ocean air. The sea is obviously close by.
Depends. Are you a Vosh viewer? Oh. Wait. Oh, cool. Branching paths. I'm homophobic? No, you're not. I think you're the gayest Gayston. Homophobes are usually closeted homosexuals, you know? Like in that movie. We all know what I'm talking about. You are closeted homosexual? I knew it. There you go, you just said it, I am. There you go. Who said I wasn't? I never said you wasn't.
Let's clear the air.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna do some slop after this level. Conrad, have you heard of a content creator called Destiny?
You're coming, right? Hup.
I don't give a single fuck about those made-up YouTubers of yours. I have to be honest. It's okay.
Takes care of that.
They give me views, okay? And that's what Misonic says. I had this one crazy experience where people were associating Gaelic with Gaelic. It was in English and I found it inappropriate words given the history of Gaelic people and the English. Interesting.
The storm rumbling, anticlimax suggests seeking shelter at the Laughing Boar Inn.
Goodness, if it isn't anticlimax. Sit down, I'll go sift the salt out of your meals and warm up your beers.
Avoiding the capital, our travelers head toward the village.
Oh, you got banned. Interesting. Very strange to... Was it a political stream or something? Kind of strange to ban people for engaging in discourse. Not gonna lie. Did you say the N-word?
Is there a chariot race today or what? Step aside, I'm in a hurry. A quick sweep for the road. You never know. Hup. Still more? It's an invasion.
I did not. I did say that game is happy or joyous, at which people got off. Really? Wait, why?
You can see the end of my nose.
Did you enter a stream of a bunch of homophobic weirdos? I mean, it's been in the lyrics for the old Flintstones cartoon, isn't it? You'll have a gay old time. Oof. My goodness. Boo boo boo.
Well, I thought this place was deserted, but I guess not.
It is not deserted. It is filled with love. Apple. And gay people, it seems. Who was the streamer? Was it Chad Logic? Okay, how many people are watching now? 7? 7 people. I guess we can go to the swap. All right. What was the stream about? What was the topic of the stream?
Asterix and Obelix. Slap them all.
Slap them all. Slap some sense into them. A long time ago, okay. Okay, let's do some slop content. YouTube. And yes, I am going to put the screen on. I am in fact going to put the screen on the, you know. I am going to show the screen. I just have to find the video first that I want to show you. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the title? Karasu gave me this. Destiny and Dan tricked into doing headpiece interview. There you go. Slop content. Where is this? There we go. Ryle Kitten House, I guess. Alright, this is our slop for tonight. Where's the... Not webcam. I think I'm going to take this camera with me to Ukraine, actually. Very small. What do you think? Should I? Not much. Barely at all. It's a very small camera. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this thing now. I'm ready. Hell yeah, I skipped this club. No, we didn't. We're just starting with this club. You did not skip it. We're just starting it. You skipped the game, but the slop is just beginning. So we have not skipped anything. Also, press like on the stream. The more likes I get, the more apparently it helps me in the algorithm. So the more people will come to this stream. More people will watch this stream. And that will bring me a lot of happiness. Alright, let's watch this. Apparently this is very interesting. Okay, where's the Lawrence Southern bit? Okay, let's listen to this.
Oh, hey, what's up? Hold on one sec.
Dude, Destiny's literally watched this guy's videos where he like lies to get hired at the Daily Wire. I'm surprised he doesn't. I don't know if Alex Novell just has like a face that disappears. Oh, never mind. That's why Destiny.
There you go. We're doing the slop now. Well, I have to do slop because my serious videos don't get any views, okay? I'm going to show you something. Well, I'm not going to show it. I'm going to read it out, okay? I did a video about, let's just, okay, Polish justice minister facing jail time, right? Polish politics, serious Polish politics, a guy that has embezzled a lot of money, went to Hungary to escape justice. He might face some jail time. How many views did I get on that? Oh, 17. Next, Russia arrests people for Halloween. This was a little bit of a strange thing. 21 views. Hungary gets sanction exemptions from Trump. 26 views. Ukraine identifies kidnapped children. Oh, that hurts. 28 views. Okay? My main topic of work in Ukraine. 28 views. Okay. Let me refresh the page. Okay? Xander Hall did what on stream? 460 views. 460. They did talk about it, yeah. In the Polish parliament, I think. They talked about the GTA 6 delay. But yes, the Xander Hall slop has actually reached about 500 views and still going up. And it's not just views, people actually watch it. People actually watch the Xander Hall video. Okay? People actually watch it and don't just click off. This is very disappointing, okay? Very, very disappointing. I'm very disappointed. Let's see. It has 3 dislikes to 17 likes. Some people are mad at me for criticizing Xander Hall. Very, very angry at me. I've angered Xander Hall fans.
Tell who he is.
Okay. I love the American super fake laugh. Super forced laugh. Hello, Greater Rain. Oh my goodness. We're doing our slop for today, okay? Maybe this will get views, maybe it will not. Mad at you for pointing out that Xander Hall is insecure and kinda... I don't know, it's like... It is silly because... Some commenters said, oh, you're just silly. You didn't make any real critique. Well, there's no critique. First of all, there's not real critique to be made there. Second of all, they said, oh yeah, he was just hamming it up. He wasn't really upset or insecure. He was just hamming it up for comedy. I mean, okay, if you have to awkwardly ham up your reaction to a low IQ test score, then that already speaks volume to me. So that already speaks volumes to me. Do you want more drama frog watching stop content or more serious politics people? I want more serious politics people. Can you get them to come here and watch my content and my VODs? Yes. I released the whole segment on it. Go watch it and leave a comment, okay? But yes, he did. He got upset. But yes, I want more serious politics people watching the streams. Yes. Yes, I do, actually. But nobody does. Nobody does. For some reason, President Sunday nerds just don't come here. Okay, President Sunday nerds do not. Maybe it's because President Sunday does not rate me enough. I just feel so betrayed by President Sunday. President Sunday is a betrayer. Betrayer of the light, as Arthas would say. You know who Arthas is? Arthas is a Warcraft 3 character. I do not acknowledge the existence of World of Warcraft, okay? So Arthas is a Warcraft 3 character. President Sunday also does slop. Yeah, but President Sunday does slop to fuel doing his highbrow philosophy stuff. Okay? Highbrow philosophy. Why is my camera light so... Oh, it's because of the video. I'm being shined upon by the blue light. Like look like a deformed Smurf. Well, I look like a weird deformed Smurf on the screen right now. So for some reason the comments are not loading properly. What was his score? I think it was something like 97. I think it was 97 or something. Blue Sea. Yeah.
All right, let's check out this Alex Novell video. You guys remember Alex Novell did a hit piece, kind of.
Would you say that
He did a documentary on Johnny Somali and all the people who went to Korea to cover him. And a big part of that documentary was...
Who went to Korea? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Which is low, okay? Below average is low.
on Legal Mindset. Okay, he had a bunch of stuff for Legal Mindset. He kind of published some allegations without a lot of proof. Okay, he published some allegations that were like, he basically was like, okay, these are allegations. They should be on the record somewhere. Legal Mindset released a really bad piece, like defending against it, and then everything's been silent since. So I don't know what Alex Novell's been up to. I know he's watched stuff on this channel before. I'm interested to see. Apparently, he tricked Destiny into debating Hassan Piker's Strongest Soldier.
Who?
What is this going to be? This isn't related to Kathy, is it? Because Kathy is definitely Hassan Piker's Strongest Soldier, but I don't know if that's what Alex Novell thinks.
Who?
Or Ogre Boy. Or Ogre Boy. It's kind of up in the air. I don't know which.
Who are these people? I hear names and they tell me nothing, as always. President Sunday Philosophy took a beating since Brooks got in the game. Yeah? Well, I'm sorry to say, Brooks was supposed to do a full-on once per week game thing with me, okay? And there's no game thing. Okay? But you see, Brooks is also not doing that many views, but it's steadily growing with people who actually like philosophy. Brooks has regularly over 100 viewers live. Don't tell me that Brooks is not doing nice viewership live, okay? Brooks has regularly over 100 people. So he's doing many views compared to me. President class trader still LARPing as philosopher. Hassan is a Turkish sultan that grooms his audience into... What?
Okay.
Kind of... I feel a sting when you say, oh, Brooks is not doing that great numbers. Why? When he regularly pulls over 100 viewers live, okay? What am I supposed to say then? What am I supposed to say? Simon Pierre Dubé.
So he did a piece on Destiny. No spoilers. Do not spoil the video, okay? I'm pointing out that Alex Novell in the past has stretched things or said things that are unprovable. I think he's kind of more of a narratively driven guy. And I've seen that before, so we'll watch.
Yeah, and you don't do stuff for it, Lucy. Exactly. So what am I supposed to say? I'm doing slop right now and I'm having 7 viewers. Okay, we're gonna do this one video and then I'm going to the serious content. The slop does not seem to change anything in my viewership. To be fair, I don't even have the slop in the title. we're gonna be discussing we've actually got quite a few topics to discuss today. Quite a few topics to discuss. I don't even know where to start. Do we start with because I have not really talked very much about the corruption affair in Ukraine, the energy one, and the aftermath of the energy corruption affair. So we can start with that. We can talk about the update on the sabotage in Poland, and again how it sparked a lot of anti-Ukraine sentiment, because of course we can talk about that. That is a lot to talk about there. We can talk about the surrender plan that the US is drafting for Ukraine. Yes, I'm calling it a surrender plan because that is what it is. You will see why, if you don't know already, of course. I feel like we can talk about the Epstein thing. There's an interview that I've been told to watch. There's an interview, Hungarian interview, that is translated to English that I'd like to watch. Fido is back from his walk. Oh my god, what the hell? So yeah, we're gonna watch some of this. If it gets too boring along the way, then we'll just go to the serious topics, okay? But we've got quite a few topics to tackle tonight. Quite a few. What else do we have? We've got... Yes, we've got Sikorski slamming the Polish president. It's not greater ranked. It's Misanek giving the advice. Misanek is white. Misanek should consider not being white.
And we'll see, what's being said. We'll see what we can track. Maybe we can support some of his points. Maybe he won't know stuff. I don't know. Or maybe we can just straight up say, no, this is actually. I'm not sure. I'm excited to see.
I have no idea what is happening, and I'm not super excited to see. Actually, I'm not super excited for this. I cannot say that I'm ultra excited. Unfortunately, my excitement level is My excitement level is toned down. Oh yeah. Vladimir says, also hello Lucy, I watched your recent so-called Dugin debate and I don't quite get them. Dugin debates? Which ones? But there was only one. What do you mean debates? There was only one. It was a horrible mess. There was only one debate.
Let's check it out.
You wield your audience more like a shield than like a sword.
I mean, I try to in that sense. I mean, but I wield them like a sword as well for things that I believe in.
Streamer Destiny is saying that it's...
What? What a weird thing to say. I wield my audience as a sword for the things that I believe in. What a weirdo thing to say. That is a very bizarre thing to say. I wield my audience as a sword of justice.
justifiable to attack and kill me in real life.
Hassan was terrified. Fear the terror in Hassan's eyes.
Culture war. Culture war never changes.
Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. Very... This is very bizarre content.
In the year
Man, Destiny relied on his community and orbiters for doing the legwork for him on apparently everything. It was multiple debates, Lucy. They've been all over the place. Everything, everywhere, all at once. That's true. I can agree with that. Well, in that case, I do not understand it either. So, welcome to the club. We both don't understand it.
2025, every community.
Hey, he does his own little aesthetic thing, okay? It's just an aesthetic flair.
But I wield my audience as a sword.
Online
Don't worry about it. You don't
is
like
at
it.
war with each other.
When the war comes to me, I have no choice but
He believes you are unhinged. Beware.
to defend myself. I'm being invaded by a bunch of commie hankies.
What is even happening here? What is even... I'm starting to get bored. Nothing's happening. It's just a bunch of nothing on the screen. Malaki gave Misanek a tier 1 subscription. Thank you, Malaki. Also, welcome to the stream, Malaki. Welcome. Thank you for bolstering the numbers. Thank you for making my dream come true.
Let's go to war.
In the online culture war, I am the strongest.
Who is this person?
Alex Novell is the strongest Hasanabi head. This is the strongest Hasanabi soldier.
A warrior.
I see. He
I have
tricked him into
no clue who that person is. I've never heard of them before.
debating himself. I see. I
Back
got
through
it.
time to stop Judgment Day from happening. But it's getting closer every day. Behind the constant fighting, there's one entity pulling all the strings, stoking the flames of war.
Hello, Nels Shadaka. Yes, we're doing our slop for today. We're doing our slop. I have to do it. I'm sorry. I need to do it.
One terrible force, dead set on destroying everything.
Unfortunately, yes. As evidenced by the Xander Hall video.
And everyone that dares to criticize it. That one force can only be reckoned with if you have two unbeatable weapons. It's debate time.
Content Terminator Destiny. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Also, I got weirdly misgendered in the comments by one of Xander Hall's viewers.
He's not a content cop.
I never expected to get transphobia from a Xander Hall viewer. Very weird timeline.
the content Terminator. All right. I'll lean in.
Here we go. Debating someone like Destiny isn't easy.
Not half as many as you, sir.
Oh, your mic's not on.
Destiny is basically the liberal version of Ben Shapiro. So when he does actually debate people, it's usually meant to farm clips for his multiple social media channels.
And this is the legend Destiny over here, everybody. You get a chance to debate him one-on-one. So if anybody else wants to come up and debate,
you're choosing to do this now after Charlie Kirk was doing it for 16 years or however many years, and that's why you're here trying to imitate the exact same thing.
First of all, I'm not trying to. I would never be.
Wow. Vladimir says, elite online culture warrior have spawned on top of you. Your actions?
So low that I would imitate such a loser like Charlie Kirk. Number one, okay. Number two, okay. I've been doing these events for
Charlie Kirk had the balls to talk against Israel.
So if I ever wanted to face Destiny in an epic debate of facts and logic, I had to get him in a private call where he couldn't showboat to his audience.
I even set him up. I was like, watch this, audience. How are you lying about this?
Shut up, Destiny.
Oh wait, did he set up a a debate with a third party? Is that what he did?
Holy shit! You're so shameless, dude.
Have had enough with your stupid dog.
Who is
shit.
the video? Who is the guy?
I can't do it.
Who is the guy? Who is the guy on the?
I forgot that XQC did that. That's probably about the best, the best way to.
What's with the weird laugh? What's with the weird forced laugh? What's so funny about this? God, people have such weird sense of humor. Why is it obvious that I would get transphobia from Xander Hall viewers? Xander Hall is not really transphobic. Xander Hall is pretty progressive, I would say, all things considered. Say what you want. I will give some props to Xander Hall, okay? I will put some respect on Xander Hall's name by saying that it's nice that he is pushing against the bigotry that people from India have been getting lately. Maybe it wasn't from a Xander Hall fan? Yeah, maybe. I will definitely give praise for that.
To deal with this guy, just scream at him repeatedly and then walk away.
Top middle. Who is the Ron? Who is that guy? What's that video of? Who is
undefeated
that?
XQC is, okay? Quick, anybody? Can anybody remember what he debated Ethan Klein on? Or is all you remember that he did the worm once with Ethan Klein? He said, all you guys are ever going to remember about this is the worm. I guarantee it's the first thing everybody thinks about when they know. They could probably go through their memory after that, after thinking about the worm, and then they could come up with like the topics and maybe some of the points. But for everybody, the thing they really understand about that is the worm, okay?
What? What is he on about?
That's what they remember.
Did he walk away?
But Destiny doesn't just get on a private call with anyone. So, unless I wanted to pretend to be a teenage girl, the next best thing was to go through his right-hand man, Dan Saltman. Could you push Destiny?
What the hell? Pretend to be a teenage girl? Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. The humor. Ha 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 ha.
Little bit to talk to me.
I'll tell him that the interview with you went okay. I mean,
wait, did this guy really trick Dan to get a one-on-one with Destiny? Dude, I watch this guy's stuff and I'm like, dude, he's gonna like burn all of his credibility, right? Eventually people will know who he is. He just keeps getting people.
He's not really worried about people backstabbing him because his community is fucking insane. Like, I don't know if have you ever gone through shit with a community coming after you before? If you know that level of insanity, you know that like of the communities that are like most known for being insane, everyone says like DGG is the worst. I don't think it's the case, but like I don't think Destiny is particularly worried about people backstabbing him because, you know, nobody wants that heat.
I've actually noticed that Destiny constantly says that sooner or later everybody will backstab him, everybody will betray him. So it feels like he is quite worried about being backstabbed. It feels like he's being quite paranoid about it, actually. So now you can use all the cool custom emotes.
Dude,
that
actually,
I drew myself.
They'll just like dox it.
I drew those myself.
And harass anybody. They'll go after everybody all the time. They'll lie about them in their replies all the time. And nobody wants that heat. Yeah, I don't know if it's the worst, but hey, nobody wants that heat. Good one. Good one.
I don't care about heat, okay? I don't care.
Yeah. Anyways, but
that's really funny that Alex added this, that he got this footage, because it's just very obvious, it's very funny to me that everybody just knows. It's like, yeah, you'll like your life on the internet will be hell if you cross this community. Just know that.
What I'll do is I'll
okay, cool. Cool.
I'll message Destiny. I'm just saying I did an interview with you about Hassan. He's a guy. He mentioned he reached out to you and say that the interview with you.
Did he tell you that I reached out to him? Did you guys know that I like?
We haven't talked very much because he's just going through some crazy shit
right
now.
So finally, everything was set up for me to talk to Destiny. But first, he had to reschedule.
Some crazy shit, eh? He's just going through some crazy shit right now. We haven't talked very much because he's just going through some crazy shit.
Okay, we get it. Jesus Christ, move on.
Now, I'm not gonna risk getting, nabbed with the okay? I've harassed so many people who've called me a on the internet. And if he goes down and I'm friends with him and I'm partnered with him on stuff, I can't get past those optics, okay? That's what Dan is saying right here. As soon as he thinks that's not a worry, Dan will be back. He's got no issues, right? But he's not... Listen, if Destiny's going to catch a charge for... Dan knows that he doesn't want to be on the internet anymore if that happens when he's around.
Oh boy.
He's gonna peace out, all right?
So finally,
publicly,
everything was set up for me to talk to Destiny. But first he had to reschedule on me 5 different times and then make a cringe yo mama joke to assert dominance before he could join the call. Hello.
Oh, hey, what's up? Hold on one sec.
Dude, Destiny's literally watched this guy's videos where he like lies to get hired at the Daily Wire. I'm surprised he doesn't... I don't know if Alex Novell just has like a face that disappears. People like watch his videos and then...
Riveting commentary. Yes, riveting.
And they forget who he is. It's just like something about his face. It just like melts out of your brain.
Okay.
Because
cool.
I swear, most people have watched that video, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? Where
no,
he
I don't.
faked,
I don't, and I don't care.
Like I think he ran through some interviews with the Daily Wire and kind of like faked his way into it.
Wow.
Into like an internship with them.
Incredible.
Yeah, and people just forget him.
There he is.
Okay, I'm here.
Fascinating.
It's going good. I appreciate you doing this. I'll jump right in. I won't waste your time. Destiny has been a controversial figure on the internet for a long time now. But recently, it feels like things are starting to reach their peak. Not only for Destiny, but for the long-term hate campaign he's been running against 3-time winner of Antagonist of the Year, Hassan Piker.
And the Destiny Award for Antagonist of the Year is Hassan Piker.
Wow. Good job, Hassan. Fighting hard for that rank 1 spot.
Destiny's community, where he is calling for my death. At what point do we stop? At what point do people in his orbit say, hey man, I think you've gone too far?
Since both of their permanent bans on the live streaming platform Twitch, Destiny, along with his podcast co-host...
They did Pisco dirty here? Wait, why did they do... I mean, if you know who Pisco is, it's fine.
Whatever, I don't care about Pisco.
Probably.
I don't care about any of them, actually.
Dan Saltman have intensified their campaign to deplatform or cancel Hassan Piker by any means necessary.
Hassan lost millions of dollars because of me. This
Whoa.
cost Hassan millions of dollars a year, guaranteed.
Dude, I swear, like, if people have archives of my streams with Dan's appearances, dude, Dan puts so many insane comments on the record. I don't have archives of the stuff.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care about Dan's crazy statements or whatever else. Let's just get through this as fast as we can. This is just fluff. Who the hell is Pisco? It's just some lawyer guy who is in the Destiny orbit. That's it. That is Pisco. A lawyer guy who debates in the Destiny sphere. Orbiter guy.
Put so many insane comments on the record. If people have archives of this stuff and it starts coming out in videos, I think it'd be like actually kind of rough for him to operate with like seriousness on the internet. Like just all of the flip-flops, all of the being like, yeah, we should just lie about people, all of those things, it's going to be so rough.
Yeah, I know.
Tell me how, if I
actually,
am I wrong
it's
or
kind
am I
of
right? Because
you're probably right, yeah.
Yeah.
It actually is kind of painful to watch.
Go. There, Daddy is saying it's right for you. All right, chat. That's it. And there's nothing that
the dynamic here, by the way, of Destiny just being like, yeah, sure, whatever you said, buddy, and Dan is like fighting with chatters who are like talking to him about nothing burgers. Destiny just said that it totally wasn't.
You're talking about nothing burgers, whatever. It's just funny, very funny.
Nothing burger, guys. So stop saying it was a nothing burger. This was not a nothing burger, okay? Stop saying that. Your spiritual father just said it wasn't a nothing burger, so you have to stop saying it too.
Hassan can do about it, except take it like my bitch that he is. You can't destroy.
Oh my god, these people are just like little kids. Little kids with a lot of money. Sounds like something very important, like something that I do really need to care about. Yeah, I know. I know, right? Please care about it.
destroy a leftist as a centrist or a liberal, you can only destroy them if you're a slightly different, more extreme leftist. Then you create this division. You know, Hassan and Dan Clancy, you know, being the dude that they can't destroy, and they're saying you can't destroy him to me, and it's like, I know, but this person can, and it's like slightly different leftist. Sorry, a little
What?
rambling there, but I just wanted to drive the point home to you that these people's success is not based around their politics. I know that sounds stupid. It's based around the culture and the identity and the communities that they foster and develop.
In my community,
Oh yeah, Dan is a leftist. Dan is definitely a leftist, guys. 100%.
we'll hate Hassan because we have severe epistemic differences. Like our approach to how we do, you know, research or truth or put together political opinions is quite different.
Talk to me about how you gather information versus how.
Oh, never mind. That's why Destiny can't tell who he is.
I hate that stupid fake laugh. I hate it so much. That forced fake laugh that all of the people that do this kind of content have a weird habit of doing.
Dude, why don't you just let somebody know that they've got no lights on? This guy's sitting here in the shadows.
Yes.
A challenger approaches. Right?
There you go. That's my fake laugh. Maybe I should employ it more. It's gonna be my fake whatever drama laugh that I'm gonna be doing from now on when something mildly mediocre happens. How about an evil laugh? Mwahahahahaha. 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 My evil laugh.
Talk to me about how.
Wee woo wee woo wee woo. A challenger approaches, guys. Okay, you just
Holy shit. This is insufferable. This is insufferable.
unlocked a new Smash character.
You gather information versus how he does.
I feel like when I go to Hassan's stream, there's a lot of people now where you basically just kind of going for like marching orders. Like, what do progressives think right now? What do tankies think
Sounds realistically fake. I believe you. Thank you.
now? What do whatever? I mean, I feel like that's the majority of media today. I mean, there's like pros and cons to it, but for better or for worse, I don't really cleanly map onto any political ideology, so I'm kind of free of the pressure of having to agree with.
I'm built different. Also, having a political ideology does not mean that you have to agree with certain things. That's just stupid. What a stupid thing to say.
One side.
Trump in terms
What the pressures of agreeing with one side. What a stupid thing to say. God. This is what happens when it's all about online debate, and I don't even know. I don't even know what to say to that.
of his policy.
I am built different than the regular political pundit. I am free of the pressures of picking a side.
Was not really that radical.
Not actually at all. He was
Right.
actually,
So you'll agree. In terms of policy, he wasn't really that much different than even his Democrat predecessors. Sure.
Your community's been at war with Hassan's community, especially when it comes to like.
Guys, in his defense, I believe he was Lauren Southern at this point in time, okay? In his defense, I believe he was trying to court a at this exact moment in time. In his defense...
Okay, we got it. You don't have to repeat the same thing 500 times. Guys. In his defense, he slept with Lauren Southern. We slept with Lauren Lawrence, guys. In his defense. Stop. Jesus Christ. And yes, it is. They ate chicken waffles together or whatnot. They had a nice dinner. They had a nice romantic dinner together.
believe he was trying to fuck like some blonde Aryan at the time. Okay, so he was gonna say anything he wanted to or needed to. Okay, he was gonna say anything.
Reddit.
Yeah.
I heard he's doing that now. I heard yeah. Well, you know, Lauren Southern was kind of done with Destiny entirely, and then she realized that the only way to guarantee that her son also becomes a knight is probably to get back together with Destiny.
Okay, that was a bit funny. That bit was a bit funny. Oh my goodness. Is that true? Is that true? Did Lauren Southern actually get back with Mr. Bonelli II? What a sad, sad state of affairs. What a pitiful state of affairs what a horrible timeline we're living in. God Almighty, have mercy. The shooting flares at refugee boats lady.
So, you know, in terms of strategy, I can't really fault her.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
What is your role in that in terms of like, are you okay with that? Would you rather them not be at war, or is it better for the overall continuing of the thing that you're building to have?
I don't know what she is right now. She is something. She's definitely something
that is galvanized in this way.
I mean, it really depends on.
She's the lady that made Xander Hall say "White Lives Matter" or something like that, because he was trying to grill her on. He was trying to grill her on a children's book that she wrote or something like that, debate her, and then there was nothing really to criticize or debate over in that book, and Xander Hall just made himself look pretty silly, and at the end of the debate, she said, "Can you say White Lives Matter, Xander Hall?" And he said, "Yeah, sure. Sure I can. Sure I can."
What you mean by at war? Like, I think it's good for us to, you know,
He didn't read it and was just like preemptively, "I'm gonna debate her over it." It was very bad. That was a very bad time for Xander Hall. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing with a very weird ending.
Our beliefs and ideas online.
Very
It's good to argue
strange.
about things, especially when we think somebody else is being untruthful. I'm a tit for tat guy. If you want to roll in the mud, I'll gladly roll in the mud with you. I have a lot of experience doing it.
This guy just loves saying tit for tat. You could probably pinpoint exactly.
You know who also has a lot of experience with rolling in the mud? Pigs. Piggies. He did amazing. But you know, it's good to be supportive of friends while they were still being friends, because it's, oh boy, they were not friends later. I'll tell you why they were not friends later. Things went sour. Well, let me just tell you, things went pretty sour between them.
When this was based on him saying tit for tat.
It's okay. Honesty came later. The time for honesty came later, when the whole thing transpired.
He went like 2 weeks saying tit for tat to everything. Like, literally his definitional thing of like, I never turn the other cheek, I am a child, I will respond to everything. that thing, okay, tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. It's just a way of saying, yes, I am a child, I have no self-control. If you talk about me, I'll try to kill you. That's his way of saying that.
A big history doing it, and I have no problem doing it.
Destiny and Dan Saltman have waged a full-scale information war, wielding their communities and resources to spread
Like a sword, wielding their communities like a sword. Also, please press like on the stream, okay? Apparently, the more likes the stream gets, the more, you know what you call it? You call it engagement. The more engagement a stream gets, the more viewers flock. Okay?
anti-Hassan message across the internet.
Is Hassan going to create some people that are going to be terrorists, or you know, I don't know how you would do it. I think there's probably a very good chance that there will be some shootings that get attributed to Hassan watchers. Like,
No, that's not true. All the shootings are attributed to trans people. Nobody's gonna attribute shootings to Hassan watchers when you can attribute them all to trans people. Thank you.
I think we already have some. Personally.
Is those awful trans people are to be blamed or whatever.
Oh, he added the personally to say, I'm clearly lying about this, but I personally believe this, like, in my made-up world. I personally believe that there are some shooters responsible, Hassan's responsible for some shooters. I can't prove it, but I personally believe it.
But,
which one?
I would say the
embassy shooting?
Elias Rodriguez guy who did the 2 shootings. The Israeli staffer. I've shared the information I have with that with the relevant people. So
are you
with the relevant people? What a crowd.
Working alongside Dan a lot with this stuff, or what's your kind of perspective on the feeding the trolls of it all?
Dan typically does his own thing. For feeding the trolls, it really just depends. Like, you don't want to get into the personal stuff too much, because if you do, then all the fights become personal.
What a loser. God, he's such a Neanderthal. He's such a slime piece of shit. He's like schizo, or not schizo. He's like a psychopath.
Hassan is.
I mean,
the most deviant person I know. That's.
I mean, hasn't Hassan called Dylan Burns a psychopathic pervert or something?
Hold on, let me do my thing. You say you're
Destiny's sitting here with logs on the internet about how he wants to eat out of some girl's vagina. Okay, logs here about sharing butt plugs with a minor, right? And
I don't need to know about that. To be honest, I blame American culture and society for those insane shootings. There's more to it than that. That's a simplification. I think saying it's about culture is a cop-out. I think it's too much of a simplification.
And Dan sitting across from him, fully aware of these logs existing, and says Hassan's the most deviant person I know. Like, even Destiny's like, dude, what are you talking about? Hold on a second. What the fuck are you saying, Dan? The fuck are you talking about, bro?
Retarded, whatever the shit you were about to say. That would completely undermine exactly what I was saying.
Sorry.
Destiny, in this way, reminds me a lot of another guy who I spoke to once on this channel.
Who?
Did OJ do it?
Alan Destowitz, okay? Let's go.
Netanyahu once asked me that question, and he was prime minister, and I said, does Israel have nuclear weapons? And he said, Alan, I can't tell you that. Lawyers have confidences, and we can't disclose those confidences, just as prime ministers of Israel have confidences.
Destiny and Dershowitz have a lot in common. And it's not just their
They're basically the same guy. Yeah, I get it.
proclivities for young girls or the state of Israel. They've both made careers
what the hell?
out of framing criticism as persecution, while also thriving on confrontations for their personal brand.
I like that he didn't. So he actually had like real points to make, and he didn't include those. He just wanted like this graphic out there, right? He wanted this up here. He has real things he's gonna say.
Very weird smiles.
After.
As persecution, while also thriving on confrontations for their personal branding.
They're engaging.
Yeah, I'm the victim for the things people say about me, but I engage in like the most toxic way, like in the most like caustic, toxic way, right? Like I engage, I attack people constantly. But I'm also the victim of people ever doing that to me. I'm a huge victim, okay? When you treat me like I treat other people, I'm the victim.
In bigotry. Look, I fought against apartheid. I was part of the legal team for Nelson Mandela. I know what apartheid is. How dare you quote Israel an apartheid state?
Has Israel been committing a
How
genocide?
dare you? How dare you, sir? How even dare you? Screw off. Shut up. Asshole. How dare you? Don't look at me. Don't even.
So, but
no,
not yet.
Not yet, really?
Yep, really, yep.
Also, like Dershowitz, Destiny's love of public confrontations and unwillingness to back down from a fight would find him entrenched in a legal battle related to allegations of.
Streamer Destiny may be legally trapped as we look at this new scandal, and we're turning to what may be criminal charges.
A few days ago, a Reddit post showed that the girl Destiny shared Pixie's nudes with was seemingly confirmed to be 17 years old due to her getting doxxed. There is almost a 0% chance that she was not 17 during that time.
These allegations, however serious, don't seem to actually phase Destiny's controversy-addled brain. Talk to me about, like, that, the day that, like, everything kind of blew up on Twitter.
Oh, and Gwyneth said, how dare you, everyone mocked her, but when these whiny Zionists do it, it's okay. Yeah, of course.
At least he
Because it's a manly man doing it. Got him. Got him. Press like on this stream. I did a real comment. I did commentary.
Well, I think Willie went back and blurred his video at this point. But I do find it very funny that Willie doesn't understand why he was correct in any of that. I find that very, very, very funny.
Got him.
And how you felt in your reaction to that.
Everything.
Like, when everyone started calling you a pet.
Sometimes he's
at
right.
this point, I'm basically I'm used to everything, so it is what it is. I know if I just keep streaming and I'm doing my thing.
It is what it is. I just do my thing. Now we are giggling with fire. That's right, Arkar. We're giggling with fire and we're in the kitchen. Like real women would. You're not a real woman if you're not in the kitchen. Am I right, fellas?
Everything goes away after a week or two.
Got him? Also, press
Even
like.
more so than Destiny,
You only have 5 likes.
Dan Saltman has spent an insane amount of time, money.
Oh, is this guy going after Dan? Oh boy.
And whatever other resources or connections he has to try to destroy Hassan Piker. And he says he's doing it all because he's trying to stop anti-Semitism.
I already have my money, right? I don't have to stream. I don't have to go and do anything on that front. Like, I'm here and I can be as resourceful and impactful as I want to be to try and make the world a better place
Oh
through
my gosh.
hopefully just neoliberal type of pressure and show the world.
Neoliberal type of pressure. Oh my god. Liberal. Okay.
Reality of what it is.
Neoliberal type of pressure. Oh my god. I cannot believe I just heard that. Neoliberal type of pressure. Ugh.
First off, this website, just to be clear, is not owned or operated by Twitch. And this site is, well, you know, you don't have to read all that, but it's there.
What's a gripe site?
Don't worry about it.
This is Destiny's podcast co-host, Orbiter, who spends every waking moment actively trying to get me deplatformed.
I realize that I don't have nearly the resources.
I mean, people need to have a purpose in life, okay? Don't hate people for having a purpose in life. Okay. Oh, there was no transphobia. Never mind.
of what the ADL.
Okay, there was no transphobia. Crisis alert averted.
Anyone else has. The hatred.tv site is just another kind of piece in that puzzle. The creation of these sites allows their impact to reach a lot more people in a lot more understandable way. All of a sudden, it's not like an anti-Semitism issue. Now it's just why does Twitch as a company push Hassan so high?
Oh, this is a fantastic point, actually. When Willie Mac decided to...
What is a fantastic point? What is the fantastic point being? Jesus Christ. All of this is so silly. All of this is so silly.
Air against Cherry's, protests, sections of a non-consensually recorded tape, right? When you decided to throw that in a video...
Why did you censor that? Why did you censor sex tape? Is that forbidden on YouTube now? Imagine if this guy cared this much about Asmongold's big... Oh God, don't get me started on Asmongold. The biggest political commentator on Twitch or beyond. Let that sink in. Or one of the biggest. Vladimir says, so far, this so-called heated culture war has been pretty chill. I haven't seen someone's car being blown up or anyone getting an injury. I mean, speaking of people getting injured, I'm preparing to go back to Ukraine soon. So I have to pack a lot of warm clothing. Please help me. Please. Silly is an understatement. You're being nice and polite. Yeah, but, I stopped being nice and polite when I read about Auschwitz-Birkenau victim belongings being auctioned. Then I kind of get less polite. But here, this is just a bunch of nothing. This is just, what am I supposed to do with this?
DGG is upset about that? No.
There's nothing here.
Oh, not at all. And now, apparently, putting private information in a video, worst thing in the world. Worst thing Willie Max ever done, guys. What a horrible person.
Who is Willie Max? Who is that? Should I care? Should I care about that person?
What a horrible person. Now.
Who?
There were some of us who were able to call it out both times, actually.
High and protect him so much.
Okay, cool.
Dan Saltman's aggressive Zionism, along with his regressive beliefs about...
Who is Willie Mac? How is weather in Ukraine, Eastern Europe, below zero? Right now? Right this second, it's... 0, exactly. Right now, it's exactly 0 degrees in Poland. It's gonna be probably colder in Ukraine. The more east you get, it's probably the more colder it will get, I assume.
Free speech on the internet have made him a powerful and outspoken ally for Destiny in the war against Hassan Piker.
YouTube commentator, pretty annoying person, but he did call out Destiny for having CP, so there's that, says Nel Shadaka. Willie Mac and Cheese? That is quite cold. Yeah, I'm used to it. If you consider going to the page and donating, then I'll be able to get some warm clothing. I'll also have to go to the doctor to get more HRT. God, the bills are piling up. The expenses are piling up. And ironically, the expenses are piling up. I have to do better.
When I go through hatred.tv, right? I look at...
Which is why I'm doing the slop.
Each glowing dot in the field represents 100 anti-Semitic messages in Hassan's chat. And I click on one, and a lot of the stuff is all Zionist pigs. Israel already killed all of its own citizens. That,
Really, I assume that Ukraine will be fairly nice, maybe a bit dry, but that is my assumption. No, it's pretty cold. It's pretty cold in the winter.
This is objectively true.
Trying to read one, for example. Is people saying all Zionists in Hassan's chat, in your mind, a dog whistle for, all Jews?
Yes, for the most part. Yeah. I would almost absolutely usually say that to be the case. I think it's going to be incredibly rare that it wouldn't be the case.
What?
People like to call me like an ultra Zionist genocidal maniac, and in my mind, I think the
Maybe you should do some introspection if everyone's calling you a genocidal maniac. Maybe it's time for some introspection when that happens.
Oh boy, what is he trying to do? What is he doing with the music? I don't like where the music's going. What is this? What is this music? I recognize some crazy shit about to happen, okay?
Zionist genocidal maniac, and in my mind, I think the Jews should have gotten half of Germany. I think that would have been the fair thing to have in that situation. So it's just, but these people for their entire life have been told that Jews are evil.
What with the fake laughter? True.
And that they want to destroy you, and if you kill one of them, you're gonna, I don't know all the religious terms, but it's crazy. And
I don't know all the religious terms. God, these people.
Combat that level of indoctrination, there has to be a massive influx of
I don't know all the religious terms.
Resources into that area. There needs to be a McDonald's on every corner, and everyone there needs to be driving a Ferrari. And I know it sounds stupid, but it's only at that point that these people are.
Jimmy Bean 556 says, lurking, posting to let Twitch know I am active for the engagement. Thank you very much, Jimmy Bean. Thank you for being the strongest warrior in my Twitch audience. Dan knows nothing. He didn't even know about the Reichstag burning before. You're kidding, right? No way. No way. That's... No. No way. You're not serious.
That the residents of Gaza and the West Bank are going to be like, maybe, let's focus on something besides, because life right now is pretty awesome.
When Dan Saltman isn't podcasting with a pest or obsessing over Hassan.
I couldn't make this up. Yeah, it's too stupid to make up, I know. Oh, God. And I don't mean you're being stupid. I mean, it's so stupid on Dan's part. Then again, the American education system and all that crap.
On Piker, he's running his company Redact.dev, an app that's supposed to help you delete your messages that's designed about as well as his...
Don't do the redact saves all your stuff thing. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
So Redact as a company came to be a few years ago. Redact has been based around the idea of letting you manage data that you yourself have created.
He went off today still saying everyone else doxed Rose. He had no part and spams your community did for days now. You become the boogeyman.
Who is Rose? Who the hell is Rose? And should I care?
Yeah. I don't know what can you even do about that, Sips Ahoy? Nobody, there's...
Nobody cares.
There's not really a way to break through that.
Nobody cares.
I need other people to kind of give a fuck about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just do content on it every day. And when I point out the obvious lies, the obvious misrepresentations, it doesn't affect anybody who's left watching him, or really obviously everybody in my community can see how he is, that he's blatantly lying. There's no way to get through to break through to anyone else. We're kind of force fielded off from the rest of the internet right now, right?
What does that mean? We're force fielded away out of the rest of the... What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh boy.
It's a weird thing. I can talk about it later at some point.
Please. It just sounds very silly.
But when you have a lot of negative engagement from communities that hate you, it's sort of there's problems with it. But we can talk about it after.
If you ever feel like pushing it, let me know. And we have an affiliate program that I can can get you in.
But don't let the cluttered interface or the fact that if you use his app, it will disable your Discord account be reasons that you never use a piece of technology designed by Dan Saltman. Because he also created Tiny Chat.
Wait, Dan Saltman actually makes software himself? He's a software engineer?
One of the first...
Oh no, don't. He's going to talk about the kids that got groomed on Tiny Chat. Oh no.
Tools that pedophiles would use to video chat with teenage girls on the internet.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if you know this about me, but a long time ago, I created the first Twitch type website that there was. We were bigger than Skype at one point. It was called Tiny Chat.
It's called Tiny Chat, and it's the latest craze on the internet. Users need a Facebook, MySpace, or
oh my gosh,
Twitter account to access the site. And once they do, they are instantly connected to millions of people by webcam.
Look what he's doing.
Some of the chats are fun, just like Tiny Chat advertises. But others show people, and in many instances, minors. We even found teenagers themselves to other teens.
He wants everyone to see that.
With the budget cuts everywhere,
no.
Police departments nowhere is going to have any sort of...
Liczbiński, Polish. There you go, Sergeant William Liczbiński. Very Polish sergeant.
Resources.
I've never seen a surname like Liczbiński, but whatever.
Oh, Dan tried to get Alex an affiliate sponsorship, and I didn't hear that.
It's even remote.
I don't hear the
Interesting surname. It has the word number in it. Sir William Number Guy.
Anymore.
Go after something like that.
So all those things said, we ran that company very successfully. We built it to a huge amount of users. So I do feel, very knowledgeable.
Do you feel responsible somewhat for creating a monster in that way?
No, I don't feel responsible. There was we just did
responsible. Me? Nah, come on. Responsibilities for pussies, cowards,
video chat.
Pussies.
And then, people took it to a level that was way more frisky afterwards. You had chat roulette that came afterwards, and that kind of gave everything a really bad name.
Beyond all of the shoddy tech and targeted websites, Dan Saltman's biggest weapon is his ability to constantly add his own veered perspective to the narrative.
Why I do this is, I think, because I can. After October 7th, I was in a very... I felt strange. I thought, can I do something to stop this? And I felt like I could. I felt like, the success that I've done with my businesses, that I should be able to use that to find out.
This isn't about October 7th. It's not about anti-Semitism. It's like a petty power kick that is just been playing itself out for a while. The narrative, the reasoning has changed a multitude of times. It's never stayed consistent at all. It's just weird. It's weird to do all the different virtue signals. He cares as much about anti-Semitism as he cared about his daughter when he was trying to get forethought removed, right? Just like petty grievance. That's all it was. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. It's whatever.
What pressure points I can push to make a positive change. I wish I did this thing. I wish I spent more time with my kids. It's always all these things I wish that I did. And I realized at the point, this is going to be one of those things I think that I'm going to regret later on in life, is that I had the opportunity to make an impact and hopefully counter this narrative that all Jews are evil. The ability to counter that was worthwhile.
Dan Saltman's unwillingness to get a hobby or go spend some time with his kids would be astonishing to most people. But that's the way things go during the culture war. Veteran debate lords like Destiny can't spend time with their kids when there's a war going on, even if his own son falls victim to the same online extremism that Destiny claims to fight against.
You've said that you were You've said that you...
Oh no.
Why did Drew Pavlou do this? It's so...
It's true.
Endorse Adolf Hitler.
Drew Pavlou's such a weirdo, dude.
That is true.
And look, these are pretty morally.
He is a bit of a Drew is a character. Drew is certainly a character. I will have
horrible views, in my view.
The book I'm reading right now, ironically, is Mein Kampf. I'm trying to understand psychology.
Oh my god, this is Destiny's kid. I'm just here reading my bedtime Mein Kampf. Okay. Okay. Ah, gosh.
I do want to ask you about like how your son's been radicalized, because I've seen a lot of his posts and interviews about, you know, his beliefs on you know, and stuff.
It's kind of annoying because I said a lot of crazy stuff when I was a kid. I mean, I imagine right now he's going through his whole thing. There's a lot of people online that are very motivated and invest.
Was Destiny saying? I feel like Destiny was pretty young when he first started posting on the internet. I don't remember all of the, you know, the Holocaust was fake rhetoric from Destiny. I don't remember that part, but maybe. Is Destiny saying that he was a Nazi when he was a kid and he grew out of it? There's a Nazi phase. It's kind of like goth, but now it's a Nazi phase.
True, goth.
Trying to have him, you know, turn out one way or another. Hassan and everybody else likes to talk about him, but I mean, like, I chat with him. He's 14. If he still believes this when he's, you know, 16, probably gonna be pretty worried. But I mean, people go through phases, and I'm not. Got to sit here and try to audit 14-year-olds' beliefs to make sure that they're perfectly in alignment with my, you know, democratic liberal beliefs. And people grow as long as he doesn't do anything that gets.
Dad of the year. Dad of the year.
If I'm kicked out of school, then it'll be okay, hopefully.
Destiny claims that his community is immune from
Content is more important.
extremists due to his innate ability to tell which people are making racist jokes and which people are actually racist.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like a, I don't want to just call it a vibe. Like if you spend time in my community, it's pretty obvious we don't hate you. Like sometimes the sun will.
Vibe. A vibe.
Call me or my community anti-Semitic because there are some anti-Semitic jokes that I make. I think there's a lot of funny jokes that can be racist or whatever.
I happen to not think the community is racist. It's not
ever. Well, like it's pretty obvious that my community is not like an anti-Semitic community. Whereas Hassan will never make those kinds of jokes per se, but his community buys into a lot of the like Zionist occupied government, and you see even like the young.
It's obvious that my community is bad, but that other person's community is very, very bad, right? Mine good, theirs bad, of course.
Everything now are going hardcore. I think that kind of anti-Semitism is a lot more insidious and damaging than just.
The argument is public.
They're all crazy.
Swaying away from Zionism, representative opinion not moving in the same direction. That's like the argument. Why is representative positions not changing? Why are they not changing with public opinion? Right. That's like the entire argument. So you could get mad about like the Zog comments and stuff, but people are using incendiary rhetoric to drive home a point. So I don't know. I find it useful to engage with the point and say maybe don't use dog whistles.
You know, idiot.
Although it's not really a dog whistle. Zog's not really a dog whistle.
It's telling jokes, even if those people are like a little bit hateful.
What Destiny doesn't want to admit, or maybe just doesn't realize, is that after years of constant...
Where has a little bit of hatefulness... When did being a little bit hateful hurt anybody, huh?
controversy, he's conditioned his community to carry out
just being a little bit hateful, you know, for just, you know...
bidding and defend his actions. No matter
I don't
how
actually know.
reprehensible the crime.
I should just make like a guideline for all this, right? Always deny the initial thing, say there's no context, or just don't address it at all, say the other side is lying, make up some allegation, get everybody in your orbit to carry the message. All of your sycophantic fans will...
What?
Oh, he's just doing another thing where he explains exactly how he works, right?
Carry the exact same message, and then if there's anybody ostensibly that's on your side...
By the way, this is why you guys wonder why he like goes to food shops, why he platforms like certain people. He just needs other people who can make allegations, who can review content of people talking shit about him and give his message without it being him alone. Because when it's him standing alone, he looks horrible. But when he has other people doing it, other people helping him, it looks way better, right? Even if those people are... It doesn't matter. There's somebody out there who's helping him, and he can give audience to anybody who's willing to help him.
Oh boy!
Right, so they can totally lie. They can be totally mentally deficient. They can lie. They can not understand. They can misrepresent the other people, like his enemies, and that doesn't matter because he's not the one doing it. Right? It's the Ben Shapiro play. He doesn't want to have to deal with the criticisms, the actual criticisms of him. He doesn't want to deal with them at all, right? He wants to lie and not be questioned, not be criticized. So he needs his Matt Walsh, all right? That's like, counterpoints in this case. And he needs his, like, Andrew Clavin. That's like food shops, okay?
Food shops.
He needs those people who can take the positions that he doesn't want to take. He doesn't want to be held to. He needs those people, right?
Food shops has been interacting with Destiny a lot.
It's just, it's gross. And he's explaining it. His explaining is very direct, is very intentional.
Or just don't address it at all. Say the other side is lying. Make up some allegation. Get everybody in your orbit to carry the message. All of your sycophantic fans will carry the exact same message. And then if there's anybody ostensibly that's on your side, or there's anybody that is even rolling on your side, then you just harass the out of them until they acquiesce, until they give into it, to all the harassment, and they have to change their opinion.
At a certain point, it comes down to people wielding their audience as a weapon or as a shield from controversy or from, attacks by other creators, because it's something that's so common, and it's something that even I contribute to as someone who's made a fair amount of videos that like cover controversy.
Shadaka says he broke her heart when she thought he wanted to dine with her, but he was actually making an analogy.
I mean, what about it? I mean, people, it's just the nature of crowds anywhere, right? Countries do it.
Try to do this to Pisco? I mean, I'm sure it happens to basically everybody, Rhinox. Yeah. I mean, the with Pisco was about as bad as it gets, right? Like, I'm not going to say I'm as squeaky clean as Pisco is most of the time, but he kind of just made up, like, the gripes against Pisco. Like, Pisco did essentially nothing wrong. And Destiny manufactured a way to criticize that didn't even make sense. If you could slow down at all and just evaluate the statements he was making, but every time Pisco tried to do that, Counterpoints would pull his out and start off in the middle of the train, like he is a homeless person who has no purpose in any argument except to obfuscate, right? Like Destiny steals a purse from Pisco, and then Pisco goes to chase him, and Counterpoints gets up in the middle of the train between the two of them, between Destiny running away and Pisco, and just starts whipping his dick out. That's like Counterpoints' whole purpose in...
What? What the... What? Why am I hearing such creepy, weird things all of a sudden? What? Excuse me?
Life?
Activist groups do it.
Oh, he also, yes, framed the... Dude, it's so crazy how he's just, like, creatively written that apparently his anti-fan communities dox people, right? Or, sorry, that... I mean, I assume when people say anti-fan communities, he means me and Queeman. That's how he's referred to us, right? But they don't even say me and Queeman anymore because then we asked for proof. So now they just say anti-fan communities, right? And Kiwi Farms. It's like, bro, I wasn't involved. You gave all the information to Docs Rose to Kiwi Farms directly via DGG chat. It's literally in the logs. You literally bragged about doing it to LAB. You said, why? If you don't know, but I gave all the information they needed to find her. I helped them find her. And I can have that. That is a piece of evidence that's sitting out on the internet, and nobody can engage with it. Nobody can engage with the fact that I had nothing to do with that being provided. I didn't help with Rose getting doxxed. I didn't do shit there. But I will still get blamed for it. I'll get a portion of the blame for it for no reason. For no discernible reason. Nobody can defend any reason I should... to be held liable for Rose getting doxxed somehow. And he just openly lies. He openly makes things up, trying to get other people to believe it. And the sad thing is I thought there were like principled people around. I thought this was like one person who was like just a weird psychopath. And then I thought the other people were principled. But I get lied about and nobody cares to go correct that. I work so hard to correct like the lies about Pisco, lies about Loaderbox, these people, but it'll never get returned. And it's a little blackpilling. You have to hope it all fails in the end. Like people do end up, not that Pisco and Loaderbox should fail if they don't stand up for me. Like, they can do whatever they want. I kind of thought people would stand on business. Like, Counterpoint seemed like a guy who's going to stand on business with morals. He didn't do that at all. He just totally threw his morals in the trash. I was extremely naive in this way. But, I'm
naive boy. Naive. There's nothing more naive than What are we talking about again?
We're fine. We're gonna make it.
Does it? They're just taking notes from him, right? Like the audience will follow the streamer in terms of how they do it. I think the other day, what did he was like? He called me like Pestini. So he had like 4 nicknames in a row for
calling
me.
you Destowitz. You like Israel so much, you'd be more Alan Destowitz than Destiny.
What? Oh god.
Destiny's
I
main
hate
tactic
this.
has been to focus everybody's negative attention onto Hassan Piker and away from his own repeated bad behaviors.
I got some criticism of Hassan Piker, mainly about his coverage of Ukraine, but
Oh, this is good analysis, right? This is what Destiny does. Destiny never answers for any of his behavior. He never gets he's never willing to answer for it at all. He doesn't explain why he did it. He doesn't like acknowledge it, and he'll lie about it later. At best, from Destiny, you'll get like a momentary oh, I kind of did something bad, but he will just lie about it later. This is what happened with the Pixie stuff, right? When he came out and said, oh yeah, it's like, guys, don't go after Pixie. That would be crazy. Just be, let victims be victims. It's all fine. Don't talk about how, you don't need consent. Don't do any crazy arguments like that defending me. And then later he's just lied about it. He didn't believe any of that, right? It was just hoping he could get through it.
And it's actually working.
okay, I need to go to the toilet. I need to toilet. I'm going to be right back. Maybe I'll grab a hot dog on the way back and we'll share it with Fido. Oh yeah, that is Hassan's trip to China. Yeah, that happened. Hassan went to China. Yay, China boy. I'm gonna be right back with a hot dog and Fido. Lucy pulling on Hassan. Well, listen, if I pulled a Hassan, then I would have let the video run, okay, while I went to the toilet. That would have been a Hassan move, to just let the video play while I go AFK, okay? That's a Hassan hiker move. A power play, if you will.
When Hassan goes out and he does podcasts, he just gets very little, I guess, like traction outside of Twitch. But when I go, my pull will be 5 times greater sometimes, and I think that kind of bothers him. And I think he realized that.
Oh my god, that is so weird. I complain about Xander Hull being insecure, but that is also insecurity incarnate. I'm sorry, that is also... This also reads to me as insecure. Hassan's not so great. Everybody says that he outgrew me. Everybody says that the Hassan got bigger than me. But you know, he ain't got no traction outside of Twitch. He ain't got no traction outside of that. I pull more. I'm the better man. I've got a bigger dick. I don't know. It sounds pretty insecure once again. And you know what? Takes one to know one. I'm extremely insecure, so I can just smell it. I can smell it like I can sniff it out like a guard dog. Okay, I can sniff out the insecurity in people because I have it in such abundance. I do not lack for insecurity. So I have a radar. Some people have a gaydar. I have an insecure radar and insadar.
That's always kind of been more.
That's what I've got.
About trying to reach out at least for mainstream media pieces. Although I don't think he's going to find the success.
I have the power of insecurity empathy on my side.
Looking for there either.
He does get institutional support. Hassan does have interactions with these people, and that's because currently they don't look far enough. And
Big Cope. There's a thing that happens with Destiny's audience. I talked about this with Groypers, but it happens with Destiny's audience too. Every single algorithm, if you have like a cult-like following of people who are decentralized, not in the same place, every algorithm will be fooled by that. You have people
Well,
who
we
are
got so many other topics to cover tonight. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's almost 20% of my audience gone. Oh, boy.
second your content drops, they're going to go to it, they're going to upvote it, they're going to watch the whole thing. YouTube will skyrocket that content. Automatic. Every time.
Thank you. Thank you. Give the VOD some love. Thank you. Please give the VOD some love.
And I don't think Hassan has dedicated followers in that same way or the same volume that Fuentes or Destiny do. So you can confound every algorithm on Earth. You can just like totally skyrocket up if you have people who are willing to upvote your stuff, to tune into it immediately, upvote it, and go hard supporting you.
True. Please go hard supporting me. That sounds so weird. Please go hard supporting me. Oh, ugh, that sounds horrible.
To seeing how much of a enemy of the Democrats Hassan Piker is. And I hope that can change in the future.
The goal is to maximize, for instance, attention and eyes on him and impressions as much as possible. It's all about just eyes on. It's all about attention and impressions.
Since
projection, such projection.
the beginning of 2025, when the revenge
I swear to God, such projection.
allegations first dropped, there have been 10 major media articles about Destiny's case. When Hassan's dog slipped on her canvas bed and yelped, Destiny and Dan Saltman worked tirelessly to spread the narrative that Hassan Piker was covertly shocking his dog with an e-collar to keep it in place during his live stream.
I also like how the dog clipped its foot on something, whatever that means. But Hassan doesn't care about it. He's not interested in it. He has no idea what it was. This is apparently the first time this has ever happened, right? Like, I don't think, has the dog ever yelped on stream before? So like, what? There's so many indications that he's lying. There's so many. He's like so obviously lying. It's so cringe.
Dude, this dog is causing this guy so much problem. He's
more
so
than anything else
mad.
I've done. More than anything I've done, which is, you know, sad, but
My
also...
dog yelps on stream when he wants me to take him out for a walk, or when he wants me to give him food, or play with him.
So, like, you know, it is what it is. I learned from them. Because I learned from them because they spent so much time fucking over Ethan Klein with saying his dog was fed cheese. And I was just like, you know what? That's a good strategy. Let's fucking do that shit.
That accusation led to over 20...
No, I mean, this video is just, like, interesting. I don't think it's like a, shot or something. I think he just
Fido would never accept the shock color or vibration color. True. And Fido just goes in and out as he pleases. He sometimes lies down next to me. He's never gonna be in the frame of a camera because of how this whole thing is set up, but so even if he lies down somewhere around here, he's not gonna be in the frame, but yeah, he lies down here sometimes. Yeah. He's somewhere outside now, in some other room. He basically, when I sleep, he comes to me, lies next to me on the bed, then he gets bored of being next to me, so he goes away. Then he comes back, goes away again, comes back, and so on and so forth.
Just got some interviews here. I do think Destiny talking about when you correlate Dan talking about how the community harassment works, when you correlate like Destiny talking about I think he was talking about how Hassan works, but how he handles controversy. I think there's like some good moments here. There's good bones to this video. It's just like maybe it's not really proving anything new. I think
just here to watch a trash fire. Thank you. Oh no! Another 20% of my audience is leaving? Come on. Oh, come on. Press like at least.
It might be good for his channel. It's probably not as good for a lot of people who...
I haven't even started the proper part of the stream yet. Like, it's only 30 past midnight in Poland. And I have not even started the actual things that I want to do on stream. I'm just doing the warm-up content, and people are already... it's late, I gotta go. Gotta scram.
Are aware of most of the information around this stuff, right? Let me look. Hold on. I'll check out the comments after. It's getting downvoted a lot as well. Probably getting, this is what I'm talking about. The other thing about Destiny's community is they will obsessively go around to content that's negative of him and downvote it and brigade it in the same way that Groypers do, right? Like they will negatively affect the stuff that is anti-Destiny and positively affect
engagement is engagement. Okay, it's better to get negative engagement than no engagement at all.
Stuff that's pro-Destiny in a way that very few you need absolute adherence. You need total commitment, total cult-like commitment to get this to happen to other people, like to go in and brigade this stuff like this. And DGers have it, Groypers have it. I don't know of another community that's like this. It's always been these two communities to me.
25 major media articles covering the Hassan Piker dog collar drama. Destiny himself has made over 300 videos talking about Hassan on his YouTube channel. And that's not even including live streams.
Give me the Hassan clip. I need my hater clips ready.
Hassan bad.
But unironically.
But I'm worse.
It's not fair to chastise all of America for slavery because only 2% of Americans own slaves. Like Hassan would have been part of.
I just want people to own that they like Destiny. That's all I want, right? People are like such all over the internet. It's the Trump comparisons abound. Do you guys remember how on like Reddit and Twitter people go like, I'm not a fan of Trump, but I'm not like a Republican, but it's the Tim Pool play. People do that with like supporting Destiny now. It's very weird to me.
Okay.
I think Destiny's like but did you think about how maybe he's just really getting everything's overblown? I'm not like a fan of Destiny, but did you think about how like maybe this is all fake? No, I didn't think about that.
That 2%.
I always think of everything, so of course I thought about that as well.
That person is just insane to me. Jesus.
Yeah, this is a classic one too. Listen, I was a fan of this guy, but you know what? Destiny, I was a fan of Hassan, but Destiny really made a good point here. You check like the Reddit history. All in r/Destiny. All the comments are r/Destiny.
God, I hate this guy. If you're a trans person and you take any like direction from Hassan, you're actually such a loser.
What a weird thing to say. Why is a trans person specifically? Why?
I was living in LA. Me and Hassan actually played a game of horse, and I destroyed him. And it was actually from that moment onwards that our relationship started to deteriorate.
What? A game of horse?
Fighting against Hassan Piker and his community of radical socialists has become the main goal not just of Destiny and Dan Saltman, but tons of other creators on the internet.
There's a few people in there that it's like this battle that's going on, if you will. I guess you could say Asmongold is in there, Tectone is in there.
What?
There's always like large communities that are kind of like controlling the direction. My community is a large one. XQC's is decently big.
Good for you.
Zanicali, I don't think so. So hold on. I believe communities get this way through mass purges / rebuilds / distillation events. Were there events like this for the Groypers? I have no idea. I know people don't believe me, but I swear I like started following online politics, seeing like a Destiny versus Vosh debate on, I think,
Online politics. This sounds like this person thinks they're doing online politics by doing whatever the hell this is. Oh yeah, this is online politics. This is not just stupid mindless slop. No, this is online politics. Oh my god. I don't know any of these people. Believe it or not, I just started following online politics. Oh god. When I hear that, online politics.
House. That's where I got into like Twitch politics. That's when I first joined like Destiny's community and stuff. It was like some debate on Rittenhouse, and I watched that, and I was like, oh,
depressing, very depressing.
This is kind of interesting. And eventually, after watching Destiny for a while, I found out who Fuentes was. I watched some of his content, but I always watch Destiny's more. So I only know DGG's events and timeline. I don't really know anything about the Groypers.
Brilliant.
But Nick has always been like an overtly, I'm creating a cult of personality. Like Nick has kind of overtly been building a cult the whole time.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Like Nick jokes about how he's so much better than everybody, and like he is. Destiny thinks he's like logically arguing. He tries to like logically show that he is different. Okay, guys, like I'm so different from everybody. I can do polyamorous relationships. Nick's always like, yeah, I'm built different, and Destiny will try to convince you.
So stupid.
Evidence. Nick's like, I'm better than you. I know I'm better than you. You know I'm better than you. And if you think differently, leave. It's like a different approach. Nick was building overtly like a cult of personality from the beginning. Destiny tries to convince people he's not doing that, and then he purges anyone who disagrees. There's totally different approaches.
Okay.
Gold's is a large one, and then Hassan's is kind of there. The dynamic right now is Asmongold, XQC, and my community all hate Hassan. So if I say anything negative in that direction, it'll get a lot of traction, but not necessarily because they like me, just because they hate Hassan.
Anytime we see a Hassan Piker post, we try to post really mean and rude stuff about him so he cries about it on a stream. Yeah, it's a hugely coordinated effort. I think I spend probably over $200,000 a month on bots and to go and spam bad stuff about Hassan Piker.
Okay, good. Okay, so me and you do the same thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. I do that on Yeet. Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
I don't have as much money as you, so $200,000 a little bit out of my price range.
The concept of a large group of people
Oh my goodness.
being against capitalism is rightfully scary to large creators online who are held up by that
Oh no, don't be cringe. Don't be cringe. Come on,
same
man.
capitalist system. To those creators,
Don't be cringe. Don't criticize them capitalisms. You were doing so good until you started criticizing them capitalisms. Cringe.
fear-mongering with Red Scare politics.
Dude, it's not. They're not thinking about like capitalism. That's not occurring to people here. It's not. They're not thinking like, oh no, as like one of the, as one of the bourgeoisie, I will be in very much trouble. That's not what they're doing.
What?
It's not a part of it.
And galvanizing your base to go after the tankies probably seems like a very good content strategy. But in actuality, it's just another method in the culture war playbook.
Drama is interesting. I mean, the history of the world is drama. What's your favorite hobby?
The history of the world is drama. Fuck me. Fuck me.
Me?
Yeah.
I have a standard poodle, and I like video editing.
You have a standard poodle, like a dog?
We are reacting to a compilation of trash. Yes.
Dog?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know anything about poodles, so I can't make any analogy there, but...
I have a long-haired German Shepherd.
I've been streaming for 16 years and fighting and arguing with people, and confrontation is kind of I guess part and parcel of what I do, and it's kind of fun for me.
Building your online community
Good
up
for
by
you.
going to war with other creators and their communities is something that's incredibly commonplace these days. There's a whole news, politics, and entertainment system in place ready to be misused and exploited by guys like Destiny to stop progressive ideas from actually breaking through. But
No, it's to maintain themselves as like thought leaders. I don't think it's to stop progressive ideas from breaking through at all. It's like this guy thinks these people have.
I think that's really. I just don't see the.
Of some ideological dedication to a movement. No, the movement is themselves. Yeah, this is him thinking that this is all being done under the like auspices of making themselves thought leaders, of making themselves more
I mean,
rich
it's
and more
whatever.
famous. That's
The
all it
effect is the same.
This is there is no coordinated thing to being a capitalist. They're being a capitalist through their actions. They are embodying capitalism, right?
I don't know.
It's not that they're like thinking, oh,
He's
capitalism has to be
like a
defended
distinction without a difference to me, to be honest.
because we're in an ideological struggle against socialism or something like that. They're doing it because capitalism in and of itself probably is something like just being selfish and being greedy.
things are starting.
Capitalism is not just when you're selfish and greedy. What? Yes, capitalism is when. How do you define capitalism? Well, capitalism is when selfish and greedy, of course. Oh my goodness. This is what happens when you're a slop content creator. Your commentary itself becomes slop. Melt into one slop machine. Floppio, Floppo, Flopperino, Slippo, Slappo, Slupo, Fleppo, Flapso.
Starting to change. Many are starting to get fed up with politicians' failure to address the labor, healthcare, and cost of living crisis in America. Despite all of those raging issues.
True, but he does hate progressives. He hates Hassan. He hates people who support Hassan. You are falling for the idea that he has legitimate political views, and it's not just entirely spite-based. You're falling for the idea that Vosh could be wrong on any read he makes of Destiny on a personal level. And trust me, I fell for that view once too, but Vosh saw into Destiny's soul, he pondered his orb, and he said exactly what Destiny does. It's just spite-based politics, okay? All of his content is pure petty grievance. It's why he spends so much time covering his own court case now, right? It's so much of what he does as a content creator, what he does politically, is just pure petty, small-minded grievance, okay? It's not some ideological thing. If you evaluate him that way, you will not understand what he does and why he does it. Like, it won't make any sense to you.
Most of the discourse is clouded by the culture war.
In any case, that's where we're at in our culture. That's where we're at in the realm of commentary. And these guys are way too predisposed with silliness as opposed to solving any of the crises that are personally responsible for. And the worst part about it is that for many Americans, they're fine with that. They like it. They're like, no, this is great. This is awesome. Yeah,
Brilliant.
No, keep me invested in this silly
This is a gay way to end it. Yeah, I don't really love it at the end. I just feel like the read is bad. That's why I don't like it. I just feel like the read is bad there at the end.
Okay.
It's too bad. It's a fun little video, but I think the read at the end is...
Okay,
it's just
brilliant.
unfortunate. They want it to be that. And I get why you want it to be that. That's like your enemy. You can like kind of galvanize against them.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you guys think there's a problem with viewing it that way?
Yes.
If in effect it turns into that anyway, is he even wrong for thinking that? Like, in effect, all of those people will be against Hassan, and it's possible that in effect it will all be, for nothing or whatever if Hassan's destroyed or if those communities are destroyed. Like, there might be some argument there. Ribbig, you could always hop in the Discord and come and argue about why you don't like the content or something. Perfectly welcome. You won't do that. You're a total but it's fine. People come in and they're like, you stopped following the court case. No, I didn't. I literally
Oh my god.
covered it yesterday.
I don't care about I will never cover any Destiny card case, okay? I'm not. Nope. No amount of money can force me to do it. Unless you can replicate my highest donation ever. Do you know what my highest donation ever was? $1,000, I think, or something. No, was it one? Maybe more. I think it was like $1,000. Was my biggest donation ever from one person to help me buy my equipment, my camera, etc.
The only thing I didn't cover was a transcript for stuff I'd already read all of the briefs and the outcome on. That's the only thing I didn't cover, and it's because a bunch of F-slur DGGers kept coming in and going, cover the transcript.
Okay, I can match that. Not even as a meme. To have you follow Destiny court case. Yeah, that's why I threw it out. Because I really don't want to. I really, really don't want to follow Destiny's court cases.
Cover the transcript. Cover the transcript. No. You guys suck. You. I don't care. I covered the outcome, like, of the motion from which that transcript arose. Get it? Arose? What is this?
Came to be.
None of these people know what pest means.
What is this arousal? If I win the lottery, I know what to do now. Thank you.
It's just like the new stand-in for whatever. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it doesn't mean... It doesn't mean...
Oh, it's just a stand-in for whatever.
It's just like a random thing that you just like, whatever.
Whatever. It's
No,
just
you
whatever.
are like a... You are like somebody who is a best. You overtly
It's just whatever.
Like a weirdo freak in DMs with tons of women. You are an actual pest. You're just Darius. You keep it private.
Is the word sex forbidden on YouTube now? That has to be censored. The word sex has to be censored. Come on, whatever.
Instead of public. That's all. That's all it is. Like what are we doing here?
I don't know.
It definitely means something. It's definitely not like a weird thing to use. It definitely applies to Destiny. It's different. No, it's different. Sorry. I think it has to do with somehow him trying to paint himself as like blue pill before, right? It's like that. Like he painted himself as somebody who would have like respectful conversations with women, and then women would DM him, and he would immediately make every conversation in a super off-putting way for like all of them all the time. Like that's more what I'm talking about in terms of sex fest. And obviously, like the crimes, the secret recording, the non-consensual sharing, all of this stuff, right? To show the logs. I think a lot of people have posted logs, but any logs I had or have, I mean, I'm probably not posting them publicly. They were never shared with me to be posted publicly. I have no interest in doing that. The fucking year of him finger wagging his chat for comments about women me. Well, and then he's just like, all these gold digging. He's on his like gold digging whores arc with regards to Pixie. It's very funny. He's totally making shit up about her. He's basically Tectone at this point.
Wow. I have no
funny.
clue what that is. I have no clue what or who this Tectone person is.
Okay. All right.
That's it. We're done. We are done. What do you know? Oh, Luxander Mouse. Just chatting transstream. I'm never sipping again, apparently. Come on. Why can't I get some love and viewership like Luxander Moss? Where's my love?
Travel. Food. Like, I guess some amount of buying shit for the holiday. As far as decorations, table decorations.
Yeah, I need food. Okay, you know what I need? I need money for a fixer. Right now, I need a ticket to Ukraine. I need warm clothing. I need money for the fixer. Potentially, if I get my accreditation, then I need money for the fixer. And a fixer takes like 200 euro per day plus gas. So that's the thing. I need to pay my translator still for the work that he did for me recently. I still haven't paid him. So I owe him money. I need food when I'm in Ukraine because starving is not good. And yeah. Being a fixer seems like a pretty solid gig. I mean, it comes with constant risk to your life because a fixer in a war zone, pretty dangerous gig. So of course they're gonna charge. This is pretty solidly dangerous. Hello, Philip August.
That kind of thing. People might buy a new grill specifically for 4th of July.
A new grill.
Thanksgiving does make plenty of money, but Christmas makes so much more tchotchke money. Nothing sells junk like Christmas, truly.
Oh, come on. I'm giving you the best political commentary under the sun, under the earth, under the whatever else. And I don't hit 50 viewers. Life is so unfair to me, personally. The universe holds a grudge. Is it because I'm cool? Is it because I'm so cool looking? I rejected him, says Lauren Southern about Paul Joseph Watson, apparently. Lauren Southern has rejected Paul Joseph Watson. Because you're blue? I'm not blue anymore. I was blue before. I'm not blue anymore. Let's do some news. Europe needs tactical nuclear weapons for its deterrence program. Airbus board chair says. Airbus? Interesting. Krakow school principal could be suspended for ordering students to have head shaved. What? High school principal in southern Poland could be suspended following media reports that he had made a student an appointment at the... What? You have got to be kidding me. That's just abuse. That is just abuse. Snap elections loom in Kosovo as MPs reject MP Prime Minister's second bid to form government. Yeah, there's this abusive principle that made a kid shave their head. Very strange. Italian court rules to hand Ukrainian suspect in Nord Stream pipeline blast over to Germany. Pussies. Poland did not. Poland did not hand over the suspect. They let him go free. Pussies. Polish prosecutors draft charges against rail sabotage. Suspect who fled to Belarus. We're going to be talking about that today, I feel. If I have enough strength in me, we're going to be talking about that. Get quacked. Got him. True. Serbia's Russian-owned NIS oil company seeks special US license to avoid sanctions. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this type of avoidance of sanctions. Yeah, they are going to have to get their shit together. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that sentiment. I'm just afraid that Europe will not get its shit together. And we're all gonna be in big, big trouble. Also, just my 2 videos just premiered. About Auschwitz and about railroad thing, which I'm gonna do an update on that today. I'm gonna be doing this story is dynamically unraveling. Story is developing rapidly as we speak. US-Russia back channel talks spark worrying over abducted Ukrainian children. Whoa, I want to read this. This is a new article. We're going to cover this because, as we know, children is the main thing that I do. Like, the topic of children in war is the main thing that I cover when I go to Ukraine. This is like my main focus is reporting on how this war affects children kidnapped from occupied territories and those who are just still living in free Ukraine. Yes, I could not agree more. Okay, we're gonna read this. Yes, finally some light is being shined on this topic. Finally, I say. Shameful Russia removes Polish symbols from Katyn massacre cemetery. We could be talking about this. I'm not sure if this is going to get me a lot of views, but we could be talking about it. Why the hell not? It's basically Russia trying to rewrite its history, even though it's already been proven. Russia has opened its archives years ago, and in those archives there were direct orders about conducting the Katyn massacre. It's all but proven decisively. But then Russia decided to lock the archives again and rewrite history once again. Falsify history. What else is new for Russia? Mother Russia and its Mother Russia ways. This is the thing that we are going to talk about right now. Right now. There is no other choice. We have to talk about this. I feel so tired all of a sudden. Before we get into the articles, I have a question for the chat, because the chat seems to be very eager and very active today. Should I get some more food or should I just jump into it? I should sleep more. I am sleep deprived. Oh yeah, there's an interesting story that I want to cover as well. There's a very interesting story that I wanted to cover. About Ukraine. More food is more better, but can I afford the more food? Can I afford it? Can I afford the more food? Doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to. Good plan. I wonder if Ukraine going to... Yeah, wonderful plan. Oh, God. Okay, we're gonna be talking about this. Maybe I feel like I should talk about this one, and then we're gonna be taking a little bit of a break because I'm really tired, and then I'm gonna come back and do some more politics. I'm gonna put my all energy into this one, okay? All of my energy into this one. Not this one. This one. So, let's start by setting up the stage. Donald Trump is still in the race, still not president, still just trying to get voters to choose him. And he says, if I win, if I become president, I'm gonna end this war before taking office. I'm not even gonna be sworn in. I'm just, even before taking office, if I win the vote, I'm gonna end this conflict really quickly. I'm just gonna end it and it's all gonna be good. And then he said, I'm gonna end the conflict in 24 hours. This is Biden's war. I've inherited this from Biden, but I'm gonna end it in 24 hours because Biden couldn't. And Biden's just making things worse. Biden's just giving stuff to Ukraine and money, and it's all not good. I'm gonna end the war in 24 hours. And then it changed to, I'm actually gonna end the war in half a year. Or was it 100 days? I don't remember which version was stated when, but I think he said both of these things, half a year and 100 days. And then he started giving ultimatums. If Putin does not agree to a ceasefire, and then in 2 weeks we're gonna make him pay. We're gonna make him feel really, really sorry, and we're just gonna sanction him. And then nothing. And then nothing would happen. And then it was 5 weeks. And then there was the infamous meeting in Alaska when nothing came of it. And then there was supposed to be a meeting in Hungary, but also it was cancelled. And then finally, very begrudgingly, Trump has put some sanctions on Russia. And it's all just like a very slow nosebleed. Nothing gets accomplished. Ukraine is in a far worse place than it was last year. The cities are being a lot more bombed than last year. I know because I'm frequently in Kyiv, and trust me, last year was far better for Kyiv than this. A lot of residential buildings are being destroyed. A lot more people are dying due to the Russian bombing. It's worse than last year. 100%. And then the United States have all but withdrawn from providing military aid to Ukraine. There's been a lot of horrible things happening. It has been made apparent that the US President Donald Trump and his administration are not really interested in ending this war on any sort of terms that would benefit Ukraine. Not even benefit Ukraine. They're not willing to end the war on any sort of terms that would be simply fair to Ukraine. Any sort of resolution to this conflict that would be that the Ukrainian people could accept, that would not leave millions of people displaced, that would not leave millions of people under Russian occupation, awaiting torture, death, forced mass deportation, Russification, and many other attractions that Russia has in abundance when it comes to Ukrainians living under occupation. And now, in the newest chapter of this really long novel that just keeps growing, it just keeps puffing. It's just like a puffer fish. It just keeps expanding. The newest chapter is that the US and Russia, apparently without any involvement of Ukraine, because of course, they have drafted a peace plan. A peace plan that I call a surrender plan. And I've called it that in the title of the stream. It is not a peace plan. It is definitely a surrender plan. And if it is not obvious why it is a surrender plan, then we will read a bit into it. Because the terms of the peace plan, or rather the surrender plan, are so ridiculous, so unacceptable. They are such a deal breaker that I have no clue. Does the US endorse this plan? Is this really the plan that the US wants to pressure Ukraine on? And I'm not even, let's see some of the contents of the article. I don't really need to read the article necessarily. Turkey also wants to start the negotiations again, but I'm not going to be talking about Turkey right now. Let's talk about the terms, the terms that we know of, because there's apparently a lot more. It has over 20 points. How many points does this crap have? This is going to be say, the sources who ask not to be identified because of the sensitivity of the matter said the proposals included, okay, so basically the terms of this peace plan are as follows. Ukraine has to give up territory that Russia has gained during this war. As Ukraine has to forget about those territories, they are now Russia. So again, millions of people under occupation. Crimea is now Russia, and the US and Europe have to officially recognize it. That's actually part of the peace plan. I'm not kidding. That's that apparently. The Ukrainian army has to be cut in half. Yes, it has to be reduced in half, just slashed in half. So it is basically the huge demand that Russia has been having, the demilitarization of Ukraine, which is apparently now the United States have drafted such a proposal together with Russia, slashing the Ukrainian military in half. Ukraine not being able to use certain types of weapons, long-range weapons, for example, that's one of those demands. Russian becoming a national language alongside Ukrainian. And the Russian Orthodox Church becoming the Church of Ukraine or something like that. It's being elevated in Ukraine, the Russian Orthodox Church. Those are some of the demands that are being put forward in this peace agreement that I call a surrender agreement. Those are non-starter demands. Like they're not really peace treaty points. These are demands on Ukraine. What is Russia doing in return? It's okay. Ukraine has to give everything, and Russia in return will just stop attacking, I guess. The war will end. Who cares that millions of people will keep suffering by the hands of the Russian state? Who cares about that? The war will be over, so Trump will be able to boast that he has stopped 9 wars with tariffs or something stupid like that, even though a lot of those conflicts that he claims to have ended have not ended at all. But that's neither here nor there. That's like, we can talk about that some other time. Really, at this point, I don't know what to say. The US is, if the US endorses this plan, then at that point, the US would just be pushing openly for Ukraine to surrender in this war. So, such a plan would represent a major setback for Kyiv as it faces further Russian territorial gains in eastern Ukraine. And there's the whole corruption scandal that is rocking Ukraine right now. It's also a big problem. And oh yeah, I forgot. One of the points in this peace agreement is that Zelensky has to be kicked out of office. I almost forgot that Russia also has to install its all puppet regime in Ukraine. A senior Ukrainian official earlier told Reuters that Kyiv had received signals about a set of US proposals to end the war that Washington has discussed with Russia. Ukraine has had no role in preparing the proposals, the source said, as I said at the beginning of this. Zelensky, who was holding talks in Turkey on Wednesday with President Tayyip Erdogan, is due to meet US Army officials in Kyiv on Thursday. Signs of a renewed US-led push to end the war triggered the biggest jump in Ukraine's government bond prices in months on Wednesday. Efforts to revive peace negotiations appear to be gaining momentum, although Moscow has shown no sign of changing its terms for ending the war. Yeah, let's restart the peace talks, with a bunch of non-starter demands, with a bunch of completely nonsensical, unreasonable demands of Ukraine. Yeah, give up your territory. Just gut your military. Don't use certain types of weapons. All that Russia will be able to very conveniently and very easily invade you in the future. Just forget about your security. It's all for the sake of ending the war in this immediate moment, isn't it? Oh yeah, NATO, of course. NATO is probably one of the demands. Russian President Vladimir Putin has long demanded Kyiv renounce plans to join the US-led NATO military alliance and withdraw its troops from 4 provinces Moscow claims as part of Russia, even from the parts that no Russian soldiers have set foot yet on, that Russia has never occupied. Russia is demanding that the soldiers remove themselves from there. Also, Russia is basically demanding that the Ukrainian forces remove themselves from the most fortified regions in Ukraine, so that, again, Russia would have a much more easier time to invade in the future and succeed where it has failed now. Moscow has given no indication that it has dropped any of those demands. No, it has not. From what this peace plan seems to be indicating, actually, all of the maximalist demands are being treated seriously, including the one about demilitarizing Ukraine, which just feels the most outrageous to me. No state should be able to just dictate a different state, especially when invading it. Hey, your military should be this or that size. It's as if Poland in World War II was being told after the war, hey, Poland, now you have to demilitarize, even if you were aggressed upon, even if a lot of people have been killed by the aggressor. You have to demilitarize. You have to play it nice. Otherwise, things might not end well. This is so horrible. Expecting that Ukraine will demilitarize. I feel like they'll just ignore this. Just ignore this completely. These are just non-starter demands. And I don't even know if the people that have crafted this whole proposal realize it or not. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. And I feel like the photograph here really fits the situation. It really demonstrates the situation. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think we can both agree that this little photo speaks volumes. Volumes. No face-to-face talks have been taken place between Kyiv and Moscow since a meeting in Istanbul in July, and Russian forces have pressed on with Moscow's nearly 4-year-old war in Ukraine, killing 25 people and strikes overnight. Yeah, there's been a very big airstrike on Ukraine last night. Okay. So I feel that this is it. I feel like this is basically, this will lead to nowhere. I don't think for a second that Ukraine will agree to such demands. And I feel like this is just a pretense, a pretext for the US to be able to say, see, we devised a peace plan. We devised a rock solid peace plan. If Ukraine doesn't want to accept it, and it's out of our hands, there's not much we can do if Ukraine's not going to accept our peace plan. Godspeed, Ukraine. Well done. We'll see how you do against Russia. I feel that this is exactly what is going to happen. And Russia was just looking for an excuse to do that. What do you think? Any questions on this horrible, horrible peace proposal? I feel like a little bit of above 10 minutes is pretty optimal for a segment. I feel we're doing okay. So I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna put you on a waiting whatever thing, okay? If I can find it. I'm gonna nap for an hour or two, and then I'm gonna come back and we can continue with the news. There you go. Please consider donating or subscribing because I depend on you. Yeah. Wait, should I rest less? Should I rest like 20 minutes? Should I rest less? I'm feeling very tired at the moment, so I think I have to lie down for a bit, power a nap, and then continue the stream. What do you think? Thoughts? It's almost a year and nothing's happening, and Trump just keeps talking. We have a plan, and Zelensky is going to agree to it. Yeah, Zelensky is definitely not going to agree to this particular plan. Please trust me on this. I mean, you don't have to trust me. I think we all know it. I think we all know that Ukraine will never agree to such a plan as proposed. As drafted by the US and Russia. And I think that Ukraine should definitely not agree to a plan like this. What a joke of a plan. What a joke. Alright, I'll be back. I need a power nap. Badly. I'll be right back. I'm back. Anybody still here? If there's anybody still here, we can continue or do the news, etc. Welcome. I wonder what I should do. Should I... Make yourselves known if you're still here. Oh yeah, let me check something. Trump took a giant dump. Merrick DeVille. The key to Earth revival. You know, the thing that just cannot be done. Scrapped material that gave everybody hope. Let's see how my VODs are doing. Not well. Well, one video is doing well. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. What's the average? Yeah. Very depressing. Here's the peace president. Hello. So you're still here. You're the one person that's still here. I'm glad. German Shepherds. They're very interesting. I've been going back some old ones. I missed some stuff. Yeah? My videos? Or what? Yeah? Hello, Simon Pierre Dubay. Yes, please give my VOD some love. My new videos are underperforming, okay? This is very sad to see, especially in comparison to the Xanderhall video, which, compared to my other videos, blew up for some godforsaken reason. It blew up. It's racing to 600 views now. I keep wondering if it'll actually break 1,000. Nice to have views, but I like to have views on better content, okay? Alright, we'll do a little break for a video game, I think. So that people get gathered around again. Hold on. And I can sort of gather my wits. We're gonna play the ultimate game. I'm gonna die a few times. I'm gonna die a few times, get angry, and then quit. And then we're gonna do the rest of the news. Hello, Incub. How are you? Is your OT over? Omega T? Nice. This is my cue to say, please consider donating or subscribing. Ouch. As I prepare to show you how bad I am in Expedition 33. Cook? So what did you do instead of cooking? Just order? Ate leftover. That works. That works. Now my RAM is full because your VODs are running in the background. Hope you're happy. Yes, I am happy. Thank you. Especially the new VODs. The Auschwitz one and the second one. Please leave a like and a comment. You know, for engagement. I don't know. I feel like it's really sad that the Xander Hall one exploded. Why? Why that one in particular? Ah, thank you. I guess that includes the Xander Hall one. Oh yeah, by the way, they cannot be completely muted. They have to be on minimum sound because apparently if they're completely muted, they don't count as a view. Someone told me that. Title was catchy. Oh yeah, see? Sometimes I can think of good titles. It's heading towards 570 views and it's showing no signs of slowing down. And people are actually watching the video. That is the other sad part about it. People are not just clicking it off on and off. A lot of people are actually watching most of the video. It's 6 minutes long or something. And the average view time is 1 minute 54 seconds. 28.3% of the video has been watched on average by the 500 plus viewers. It does, Vladimir. Vladimir, you should give some love to the rest of my videos, okay? This is unfair. This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be a political streamer and not have views? Also, the game is working really slow right now. Oh, that's because the controller was not working at all. Silly me. I was like, why is the game not working? The game was working fine. It was just my brain. My brain. So we're gonna try this fight a few times. Then I'm going to go to the news. I'm going to do an update on the rail system attack. Oh my apologies. Uh-oh. Porsche is a political streamer that is also playing Expedition 33 and is getting a lot of views. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, but Vosh gets a lot of views doing anything, so that's not really, you know, telling me anything. Okay. That's not really telling me anything. Huh. Uh... Fire. Alright. Maybe you should have a short sec goblin moment, Lucy. I don't know. Then I'd lose the small fraction of an audience that I have right now. I feel like. Because I would just... What Watch Survives would just kill my channel instantly. Forever. Oh, the game is not working very well. If it's not gonna be working well, I'm just gonna skip it and do the news. You know? I did learn some new skills though. Oh. It's not working well. Yeah, it's hard to do timing when yeah. Last chance. And then I'm just... Also, what should I say? What is it? What I wanted to say something.
I'll do it. Let's dance.
I hate this.
Oh well. On me. Ready to parry.
The last thing. I hate that I can see that is because the game is skipping frames that I'm trying to use the actual timing and then it's messes up and I just die. Really frustrating to me.
Careful, my own.
Rage bait, like what? Which ones? Are you trying to enrage me? Fuck, I hate this so much.
Ready to parry.
I am actually raging now. I guess it works, kind of. If the music is glitching out, then you know that the game is not working.
I won't lose again. Thanks. This will hurt. Lost chance. Let's spill some ink.
I think I know what to do. I cannot turn this off. Well, turning that one particular thing is a very bad idea.
I'll do it. Let's dance.
You know what? Screw it. I know what I'm gonna do. I think I know what to do. Hold on. God, I hate this touchpad so much. There's a lot of hate in me today. But I know what to do. Can I please? Oh. Where's the rage bait? Can I? The laptop really has a broken touchpad. Okay, I have the chats on the laptop now, which means that I can just... What the hell is wrong with this touchpad? So spastic and broken. Oh, nice, thank you. Rage bait. New comments? Let me see. Why? Wait. Why is there a Xander hole under my Prime Minister of Finance thing? Oh my god. But you didn't comment under the Xander hole video itself. It's all about Xander hole in each every one. It's all about Xander hole, isn't it? But thank you. Thank you for doing the Xander hole thing. The Xander hole. Okay, now it should work better because the browser is turned off. A huge source of using RAM. Okay, now it should be good. Thank God. Oh my God. We're back. We're so back. I hope. We're so back. Oh my God. This is so much better. Oh. Never mind. Thought I was back, but I guess I'm not back. I guess I just suck.
Take cover. Ready to evade. I'll do it. So much potential.
True.
A brilliant light.
So much brilliant light potential.
Mission's not over.
Not. Not by a long shot.
Thanks.
Oh, have you played this game, Vladimir? How's Vaj doing in this game, by the way?
Ready to evade.
While we're at it.
Cut him down. Prepare for oblivion. Ready to strike.
I'm actually doing far better in... My parrying's far better in this game than in Sekiro. I'm far better in parrying in this.
Time to hit big.
Ready.
What happened to the broken status?
Incoming.
Brace yourselves. I'll do it. Careful, Verso.
Wasn't broken for long.
Careful, Mael. Brace yourself. Now's our chance. A storm is coming. Elements converge.
Incoming.
Brace yourself.
Get ready.
Well, thanks.
I've got this.
Ready
Huh.
to evade. Careful, Verso.
Bring it on. Get ready.
Huh.
Careful, Verso. I'm ready.
I messed up this attack too many times. But yes, we can try one more time and then I do the news.
Careful, Mael.
Should be playing more with those spoken word.
Let's dance. Ready to have.
Ah, yes, I also have to. Oof, got quite a few things to do.
Get ready. Watch out, my owl.
Last chance. Ooh, this is good. Okay, let's do payback.
Cut him down.
And then this.
Prepare for oblivion.
I like this. I like the lightning thing. Careful, Bozo.
I'm ready.
He says Verso, not Bozo. And he might as well be called Bozo, considering story reasons. Considering the story, he might as well be called Bozo.
Take cover. Last chance. I can do it. This will hurt.
One down, I guess.
Watch out, my owl. Incoming. strike.
Now is our chance. Elements converge. Careful, Mael.
Oh, I messed up. One hit. One hit and the entire party is dead. That is the nature of the game. Last time, okay? How many people are watching on YouTube? Can someone tell me? I'm very stubborn. That is one of my main traits. My faults. My vices. Some say that it's perseverance, but I think it's just stubbornness.
Watch out, Mael.
Brace yourselves.
Alright, we're doing well. I say every single time before I parry, I miss a parry and the entire team dies. I say that every time. Oh, we're doing so well, we're doing so well. And then I just die.
Not giving up.
Time to end this.
Maybe I just suck. Have I considered that? Maybe I'm just bad.
I'm ready.
Oops, I pressed the button too early.
Careful now.
Oh my god. It has to be pressed on time, not before.
Get ready.
Okay. Okay.
Incoming.
Ready to parry.
Hmm.
This will hurt.
Really? Okay, I have to try again. Isn't your team like under level or something? No, I think I redistributed the statistics not very well and my team is very low HP. So everyone just dies in one hit. That's how I created my team.
Danger. Brace yourselves. so. Lune, watch out.
So it's not exactly under-leveled. It's just the distribution of stats is not optimal.
Let's dance.
But I can win this. I have enough firepower to win this. If I don't mess up the parry. Then I can win this. It doesn't matter if I'm under-leveled or what. It's just I can win this if I just can. If I can keep my head in the game enough to... I can focus enough to not mess up. Then I can do this.
Time to hit big.
Why such low damage all of a sudden? I don't get it. The damage in this game sometimes feels random to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Now's our chance. Thunder, strike swift.
Oh well. Oh well.
Take cover. Let's dance.
Oh well.
On me. Let's dance. Ready to parry. Ready to parry. Parry it. Careful, my elbow. Let's dance. Not giving up.
Don't give up.
Blades sharp. This will hurt.
Hmm.
Take cover.
Watch out, my Al.
Oh, counter killed him. I guess.
I've got this.
Overflowing with energy. The eternity of ice. Nobody dies.
Careful now.
On me. Ready to parry. do it. This will hurt.
Mm-hmm. The damage is quite low right now.
Careful, my owl. The elements dance. A brilliant light. The elements dance. Elements converge. On me.
Huh.
Okay. Ready to evade. Finesse and grace.
Mm-hmm.
Last chance.
Oh.
Giving up. Now. Disappear.
Time to end this. Witness your end. Cut him down. Incoming.
Take cover.
Get ready. Just try it.
The timing on that is so messed up. Okay, we're done with Expedition for now. I think we're done. I hate this. The timing is so random on this. I still haven't figured that out. Okay, we've done it. We've done Expedition 33. It's basically happened the way I said it would. I died a bunch of times, I got angry, and then I quit. Better luck next time, Lucy. Better luck next time. Hopefully. Okay. You'll get it. One day. One day. Alright. Let's do some news. One day I'll get it. In the meantime, consider giving me a pity dono. Yes, I do not skip a beat. What the... Oh, yeah. I do not skip a beat to beg. 50-second state. Oh. 11 likes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So much of that nice, beautiful thing that I like, which is engagement. 600. Almost. It's going towards 600. Yep. We've gained a subscriber. Okay. I want to talk about a few things at least. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's get into it. Because in order to set the stage for what I want to talk about, we need to talk about the scandal. And for that, we're going to use the Kyiv Independent article. Paste. And then after that, there's one more news story that I want to cover. And that is this. Okay. What is the Orban news? Yep. Yeah, England tried to claim that Western Ukraine is now safe and that it will refuse refugees based on that, but it seems like Western Ukraine is not as safe as some people had claimed. Is it? No, it's not. It's not safe at all. It is not safe at all. More than 20 people have died in an attack on Western Ukraine. Okay, we're gonna watch a video. Ukraine's biggest wartime corruption scandal explained, and then we're gonna talk of the aftermath. Because the aftermath, of course, as always, is big. So we're gonna jump straight into it. Right after I restore the browser. I'm gonna be watching this video. How's everybody doing? I want a show of hands of those who are still here. For those who come after. For those who come after. Just a reminder that I'm still preparing myself for the next trip to Ukraine. I'll be going there soon. I'm working on getting accreditation with the Ukrainian military, and if I do get that, then I'll be heading out east because I need accreditation to head out east to certain places. I'm already in contact with a fixer. You know what a fixer is, right? And we're gonna do some work. I'm gonna do some work related to the situation. She's gonna turn into a bigger project. But first I have to finish a few smaller projects. I'm gonna be launching a new channel soon-ish. Soon. No, soon, not soon-ish. I'm gonna be launching a new channel. A whole new YouTube channel. It's gonna be glorious. Great YouTube channel. Lucy has a bump. Wow, the chat is so quiet. Makes me wonder if the internet did not die. Everybody's being so attentive. Yeah, link it then. You don't like how the Kiev Independent explained it? Vlad Vexler, huh?
They bark at the wind, chew your shoes, and still, they adore you. Here's why. Number one, you're their pack. German Shepherds don't just like you. They've literally made you their favorite human. Number two, they trust you completely. That head on your lap or those eyes watching you, that's pure loyalty. And number three, they protect you with everything they've got. From mailmen to shadows, they're always on guard for you. So next time your shepherd stares at you for no reason, that's love in its most dramatic form. They bark at the wind, chew your shoes.
Bark at the wind. Fido does not bark at the wind. Just so you know. Fido does not bark at the wind. Okay, Vlad Vexler. This guy?
I know that there are a lot of people who are concerned.
Okay, we're gonna...
What we need to...
Okay, we're gonna watch the video by... I like this content creator. So this is actually going to be a good jumping in point. Alright.
Hello, very beautiful community.
Hello, Ukraine corruption scandal analysis for Western supporters. Excellent. Excellent. We're gonna start here, then we're gonna jump into the aftermath. I mean, people who thought Ukraine did not have problems with corruption have not been paying attention. One of the reasons why people in Ukraine wanted to get away from Russian domination was that they wanted leadership with the least possible level of corruption. And that was the reason why... That was part of the reason for Ukraine wanting to join the European Union in 2014. People were very angry at the corruption, but it's Eastern Europe. Corruption is just a thing, okay? Poland has had huge problems with corruption before it joined the European Union. And in some parts, it still has not completely dealt with its corruption. I'm sorry to say. That's Poland. Hungary? Well, Hungary is just Hungary, okay? We don't talk about Hungarian corruption.
It's lovely to be with you after a couple of days of health difficulty. Hope you're having a great weekend. And if you're having a hard weekend, then...
It's not a weekend. Why, you liar. You lying scumbag. Not the weekend. It's Thursday. What the hell? Video disliked. What the... Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna give it a like. Still, though, it's not the weekend. Don't lie to us about things like that, okay? Never again. Never again.
All my love your way. This is going to be a conversation.
Okay, they're sending love my way, so everything's forgiven. As long as you send love my way, everything's forgiven.
It's actually hard for Ukraine, but it shouldn't be that hard for us, supporters of Ukraine in the West, or at least people who are positively disposed to Ukraine.
No, it shouldn't, actually. Because even if the situation was much worse than it is, it should not mean that Ukraine should not be supported against a genocidal invader. I don't think it should be a hot take, but apparently there are a lot of people that came out of the woodwork and announced that Ukraine should therefore not be supported. But it's usually by voices that never supported Ukraine to begin with. It's usually by voices of people that are very openly anti-Ukraine and are just waiting for any opportunity at all to spread anti-Ukrainian hate. You'll see. You'll see. Don't worry. I've got a thing in the waiting to be discussed. This segment's going to be a bit longer.
Negatively disposed toward Kremlin imperial mania. But that requires a bit of analysis because I do think it generates some anxiety in some of you. And part of the reason for that is that the Ukrainian, pro-Ukrainian space in the West is Russocentric. In other words, most content you consume about the Russo-Ukrainian conflict is about things happening in Russia or to Russia, or bad things happening to Russia. And so there's a lot of people who are sympathetically disposed to Ukraine in the West who haven't accumulated any knowledge about Ukraine over the years of the full-scale invasion.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like my knowledge of Ukraine is pretty okay. But then again, I'm not a Westerner. I'm not a Western supporter. I am now a published journalist, okay? I can proudly say I am a published journalist.
And so suddenly something like this is happening, and then there are names.
Suddenly?
And then there are agencies, and then there are institutions, and none of these make any sense to you, and they're all new names and new words, and what the hell is going on? And all I want to know, should this in any way, affect my support for Ukraine, or should it not? Well, the answer is...
It should not affect your support for Ukraine.
It should not.
There you go. It's easy. Easy as... What things are easy? Easy as 2 + 2. There you go. That is an actual saying. Easy as 2 + 2.
To ask me for a recommendation, but we'll come to that in a second. What's going on? Well, number one, there is an alleged corruption scheme that goes into Mr. Zelensky's administration and into his inner circle, with bad allegations, such as kickbacks on energy contracts that do essential work protecting Ukrainian energy infrastructure at a desperate time of defensive existential war. And
it's actually more than that. It is framed by some, spoilers, because we're going to be talking about that later. It is framed by some by Western money, okay? Aid money that is supposed to go for protecting Ukraine is being used to fill the money of corrupt oligarchs.
And so
there's no supervision of the aid. Where is the supervision? And now the European Union wants to give even more money to this corrupt country. That is the narrative that is being created around this.
That's not just corruption. It's worse than corruption. It's a kind of traitorous looting.
There you go. Traitorous looting.
Number two, the anti-corruption agencies investigating this were under attack from the Zelensky administration a few months ago, which tried to muzzle them and bring them under their control.
I was here. I was in Kyiv during those protests. I interviewed a few people. I filmed the protests. I definitely know what the temperature was on the streets during that time.
But didn't. In the second order because of public mobilization in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
In the first order because the West said, no, this is not happening.
Yep.
Third, a close historical associate of Mr. Zelensky is implicated in the scandal, and he's not... By a close historical associate, they created a company together. A business partner of Zelensky's, if memory serves well. Fled the country. 4, the optics are bad. The optics are bad because there's talk of a golden toilet, there's pictures of stacks of cash on the Naboo platform. The
golden toilet
leaked phone conversations are largely happening in Russian with a few Ukrainian words used here and there, which isn't a problem, but it clashes with the activist narrative about Ukrainian identity that is widespread. That also doesn't look good for Ukraine. This is not news, except in the specifics for Ukrainians in the trenches, but it's still infuriating for Ukrainians in the trenches.
Yeah.
This is dispiriting objectively for Western supporters of Ukraine, although I'm going to argue in a moment that it shouldn't be dispiriting for you too much in a way that affects your support. And this is going to be weaponized by Russian propaganda, of course.
Yeah, of course.
5, Mr. Zelensky has taken action. We've got folks fleeing the country, we've got folks leaving their posts. But Mr. Zelensky is still being criticized for taking a minimizing and defensive posture as opposed to a proactive and systematic posture.
By the way, the close associate of Zelensky has fled to Poland. We already know that. And the Polish border patrol, the border guards that let him in, have said that at the time when he was passing the border, everything was above board. There was no arrest warrant on the associate at the time. He was not required to be apprehended at the border.
Mr. Zelensky is criticized for not approaching the issue of systematic reform of the state-owned nuclear energy company. Mr. Zelensky is being criticized for broadly not having a systemic approach to the challenge of corruption in Ukraine's political system. But of course, you are seeing action and you are seeing a degree of political pluralism. So that's what we've got in a...
You cannot win in this situation because on the one hand, the situation is being tackled in a very loud and flashy way. But on the other hand, the very fact that this type of scandal exists is already ammo and fuel enough for the pro-Russian sphere to do its thing very actively, so to speak, or even heads of states to do their thing. It's a little bit of a difficult situation for Ukraine, I will admit.
Cartoonish nutshell. I think the first question you want to ask as a Westerner is, should this affect my support for Ukraine in any way? And my answer is, if you're going to take a recommendation from me, no. First of all, the Kremlin bot response, look, Ukraine is corrupt too, doesn't settle anything. Because you're not going to turn around and say, just because Ukraine is corrupt, I'm going to start supporting Russia more.
Yeah.
That's a bit like declining.
I mean, some actually do that, but they've been always pro-Russia to begin with. They've just been looking for more ammunition to attack it.
Cigarette because you don't smoke and then shoving 5 into your mouth the next minute. And then you've got to understand two things.
Mm-hmm.
Partly, you're not supporting Ukraine. You're supporting the enterprise of bringing it about that the Russo-Chinese quasi-alliance doesn't get to decide matters of European security.
Well, there's also, apart from China, there's also Iran, North Korea. India is engaged somewhat, maybe not directly, but indirectly. Hello, Emily, yes. Vladimir says, for the Westerners, it's all about optics. So if it looks bad, then it's actually that bad.
But two, you are supporting Ukraine, but when you support Ukraine, you support Ukraine. You don't necessarily support particular people running the country.
Yeah, of course. You don't you don't support the particular government. I'm not... When it comes to the war, I do not wish for Ukraine to... I do not wish for Zelensky's government to persevere. I wish for the Ukrainian people to persevere against the Russian invasion. Of course. Which is why... You will see the framing that is being pushed by certain heads of states.
And if the people are no good, you would support them being replaced. Now you might say it's none of your business. Well, it isn't any of your business. It's the business of Ukrainians. But it's not entirely not your business because for most people watching this, your countries are involved in significant support for Ukraine. So in that regard, you do get a say. So you wish...
Also, I think it goes without saying, but even regardless of the war, even if you two would take this situation, if this would come out during peacetime, this sort of corruption hurts Ukrainians. Like, I don't think I should not be explaining this. I should not be explaining why embezzling a lot of funds from the energy sector, the energy sector that is supposed to work for Ukrainian people, why that is bad for Ukrainian people, right? I think it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer to explain why this sort of thing only benefits those who embezzle the money and nobody else.
Rather than a more corrupt Ukraine, obviously. If you're a realistic follower of Ukrainian domestic politics, you're not going to be surprised by a saga like this. But fundamentally, this doesn't alter any of the major chips in the picture that bring it about that your position is to back Ukraine against Russia's imperial aggression.
Yeah.
I don't think anything changes there because of this.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation about the question of how this impacts your support.
Sure.
Geopolitical remark. Well, we've already said that perhaps the West's stance and the civic mobilization in Ukraine were both important, but the West's stance was more important in bringing it about that the anti-corruption agencies weren't muzzled back in the summer. But...
Why?
Something geopolitically interesting worth stating here. And that's that the West is not committed to Zelensky as leader of Ukraine in the case of a cessation of war or in the case of some kind of a peace deal. That's to say, the West is not all in with the notion of Zelensky staying in power if the hostilities were to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important. In other words, they will be very ready to back somebody else, and they won't push hard to keep Zelensky in power if Zelensky looks like he's on the way out. So the West is not committed to Zelensky as post-war leader. That is, cartoonishly speaking, again, just not a position in Western corridors of power. Right?
Sure.
Now, a third remark I wanted to make is about something you would have heard of many times in the last few days that has some truth to it, but is cumulatively unhelpful. And that's the notion that the central problem Ukraine has with corruption is to do with the Soviet communist legacy. The legacy of Soviet imperialism, which was a corrupt...
That is something that I also hear about Poland, interestingly enough. It's just the Soviet mentality. We call it the concrete brain. We call it having that concrete brain. Like when, for example, government officials are stuck in their ways from the Soviet bloc era, and they just will not budge, they're not flexible, concrete heads. There's a lot of talk about this sort of thing in Poland as well. About this sort of legacy of Soviet mentality.
Political system and has infected post-Soviet Ukrainian politics. And there are really two problems with that thought, and two ways in which that thought, in a self-congratulatory way, recommends itself as a nice part of pro-Ukrainian activism, but actually doesn't favor Ukraine in the end because it undermines Ukrainian agency. The first problem with it is a kind of a structural problem. Imagine it's 2025 and the Ukrainian official is engaging in corruption. What are you going to do? What are you going to say to them? Are you going to tell them that insofar as they are engaging in corruption, that way they are becoming more Russian? No, they're just as Ukrainian as if they hadn't engaged in corruption. They're just a Ukrainian.
Oh, there's something more than that, because when... I'm going to push back against this a little bit, but because we still have this, as I said, concrete head thing, and it is linked to the Soviet bloc era. Like, yeah, they're not becoming more Russian, but there was an influence of... The influence was there on Ukrainian people as well as on Polish people, even if they still remain Polish or Ukrainian. It's not like, I would not say they're becoming more Russian. I would say that they succumb to certain old habits that die hard from a bigger, all-encompassing sphere.
Who happened to engage in corruption, who could have not engaged in corruption. So you see the conceptual problem.
I mean, that's true for everyone. Everyone who engages in corruption, technically speaking, could have not been engaging in corruption, so...
Yeah. There is some room for a tendentious sociological explanation, but you can never conflate it with political reality. Let's take a completely alternate example. Imagine that you are watching a discussion panel and there is a male and a female commentator on the panel, and the male commentator somewhat tramples the female commentator. Could we say that this is gendered power in action? Yeah, we could. But that would be a sociological judgment of what happened, which shouldn't, as it were, take the place of a constructive conversation that you might have with the female panelist after about what she should have done to shut this, domineering male up and speak, her own message. You see the problem, right? You're asphyxiating this female panelist's agency if you're just running the sociological story as an explanation of what happened. The real explanation of what happened from an engaged practical point of view will be on minute 4 you should have interrupted him, on minute 6 you should have told him to stop interrupting you, on minute 7 you should have told him to go screw himself and be silent for a few minutes because it's a panel, it's not just him speaking and so on. So you see what I mean? There is room for both, but you can't let the sociological story asphyxiate the personal story, right? You can't tell, somebody who is engaged in corruption in Ukraine in 2025 that insofar as they're doing it, they are under the shadow of Soviet imperialism. There's something ludicrous about that, even though there's an element of truth to the sociological stories. That's the first point. There's a conceptual problem there. This often leaks too much into political explanation when it shouldn't. The second point I want to make is that even as a sociological historical point, it's at best partly true. For two reasons. First, Ukraine is not Chechnya. Ukraine is not a blank victim of Russian imperialism. Ukraine is a victim of Russian imperialism of the Soviet variety, but it's also a co-author of it. Ukraine was part of the imperial core. You couldn't give an account of all of the victims of Soviet imperialism without that showing that some of the victims of Soviet imperialism were victims of Ukrainian partaking in the Soviet imperial core. So that's an important ambiguity you can't resist if you want to think like an adult rather than like a 12-year-old activist. And then there is something else. Wow, the Soviet Union was corrupt. But it's not as though there was no corruption on this space and then it appeared when the Soviet project started. There was systematic, extravagant, normalized corruption in the 1910s on the Ukrainian space, in the 1900s on the Ukrainian space, in the 1890s on the Ukrainian space.
Wait, hold on.
In the 1910s on the Ukrainian space, in the 1900s on the Ukrainian space.
The 1910s and the 19... I hate... Okay, this is such a nitpick, but the 1910s and the 1900s... That's the same thing. The 1910s are the 1900s. No? Am I being too nitpicky for my own good?
Space. In the 1890s on the Ukrainian space. So you might say, well, okay, but that's not the fault of Soviet imperialism, but that's the fault of Russian imperialism. So let's go back a few centuries more.
You know what? I'm going to push back on that hard, actually. You cannot invoke the 1900s. You cannot really invoke the 1910s. I mean, you can technically speaking invoke the 1918, 1920 or something, but... Isn't the 1900s just the whole period of the 1900s? But, like, when you say the 90s, you mean the entirety of the 90s. You don't mean just from 1990 to 1999. Or to 19... to 19... No, you mean the 1990s, right? The 1990s are still the 1900s. But wait, hold on. Let's not get distracted from the point. Let's not get distracted from the point. What was I saying? Oh God, I lost the point. Ah, yes. Okay, I'm gonna push back. You cannot invoke the 1910s or the 1900s. Do you know why? Because there was no organized Ukrainian state at that point. So you cannot really talk of Ukrainian quote-unquote corruption at that level. You can speak of the corruption of certain Ukrainian individuals or certain organizations, but there was no organized Ukrainian state at that point. So you cannot really invoke, oh, Ukraine had corruption in the 1900s and 19... There was no there was no Ukrainian state at that point. So what exactly are you pointing to when you speak of Ukrainian corruption, quote unquote, at that point? Right? I think it's a valid criticism on my part. In fact.
But now you are left in the absurdly Putinist position of saying that something that's happening in 2025 is a product of historical events 500 years ago. You see, you've landed in the very camp you actually need to avoid if you're going to be analytically.
Is that his point? Like corruption doesn't make someone more or less Ukrainian. No, it's like, no, his point is that Ukraine did not have just problems with corruption because of the Soviet Union influence, that it had problems with corruption before the Soviet Union in the 1900s and the 1910s. But there was no organized Ukrainian state in the 1900s and 1910s. So you cannot just really say that Ukraine had a problem with corruption at that point because there was no Ukrainian state. So you cannot really employ that argument with that discussion. Not definitely, you could make a case if there was corruption in the Ukraine People's Republic after World War I, when it briefly existed, you could analyze that. But the 1900s and 1910s, no, not really, no.
Intellectually, democratically, an opponent and not a copycat of Putinism. So give a little bit of oxygen to that narrative.
I played the last minute like entirely.
Camp you actually need to avoid if you're going to be analytically, intellectually, democratically an opponent and not a copycat of Putinism.
Hold on, the entire minute. So from the 13th minute?
You're contrast. Like an adult rather than like
okay, let's from here.
A 12-year-old activist. And then there is something else. Wow, the Soviet Union was corrupt. But it's not as though there was no corruption on this space and then it appeared when the Soviet project started.
What is this space? What does that mean, this space? No, there were no Ukrainian institutions within the Russian Empire in the 1900s that just elegantly continued but as Ukrainian officially. You know? There was no Ukrainian apparatus that was just waiting to awaken as Ukrainian. Some of these things did literally just were built from scratch. That was the case for Poland as well. And Poland was considered better organized, quote unquote. Because it had the pseudo kingdom established by Russia as a little puppeteered thing.
Systematic, extravagant.
Bear in mind also that some of those municipal and local governments were not just Ukrainian but also Polish, which created conflict. That was the whole point of the Polish-Ukrainian War.
Normal.
Okay, let's listen from the
Soviet Union. And then there is something else. Wow, the Soviet Union was corrupt. But it's not as though there was no corruption on this space and then it appeared when the Soviet project started. There was systematic, extravagant, normalized corruption in the 1910s on the Ukrainian space, in the 1900s on the Ukrainian space, in the 1890s on the Ukrainian space. So you might say, well, okay, But that's not the fault of Soviet imperialism, but that's the fault of
Okay,
Russian.
what does that mean? What does that mean that it was a systemic... How can you have systemic... And now I have listened to everything without, by the way, without pausing. How can you have systemic and luxurious corruption on the space if you did not have a system in place? There were groups that were fighting for Ukraine's existence, sure, but there was no system in place for there to be systemic corruption on this space in the 1900s and 1910s. So I still reject that. I still reject that example. You cannot have systemic things happening without systems in place. You just cannot. You know what do you understand what I'm saying? I hope. No, I don't. I don't end up in the pro-Putin camp. I literally don't. It's like it would be just as ridiculous to say that there was systemic Belarusian corruption, or even Polish, even though Poland, again, technically speaking, there was a quote-unquote congressional kingdom. So no, I don't end up in the pro-Putin camp. I'm just rejecting this particular example of the 1910s and the 1920s. Like, sure, go and talk about the Ukrainian People's Republic. That existed before the Soviet influence and might have had corruption. But to speak of systemic corruption before any system was in place, any organized Ukrainian state to speak of, just, okay, where did that systemic corruption exist? Who did it? And in relation to what? Exactly. Like, those systems were built. Those systems were built after the empires fell.
Imperialism. So let's go back a few centuries more. But now you are left in the absurdly Putin.
Well, in this case, that was not his point. In this case, his point was that the Soviet Union was not the sole source of systemic corruption in the region. And that if you blame it on the Soviet influence, then you miss the point, because there was systemic corruption in the 1900s and the 1910s. That was also the argument being made, and that argument I reject. I agree with the point that if you start to talk about Ukraine being a historically corrupt country, then you end up agreeing with Putin. But I reject the point that there was systemic corruption in the 1900s and 1910s on the Ukrainian space. Because I have no clue what we're talking about.
Position of saying that something that's happening in 2025 is a product of historical events half a thousand years ago. you see, you've landed in the very camp you actually need to avoid if you're going to be analytically, intellectually, democratically an opponent and not a copycat of Putinism. So give a little bit of oxygen to that narrative, but understand that for the most part, it is a piece of activist manipulation that actually robs Ukraine of agency in a way that fits with Kremlin narratives. The previous 2 points, the West is not committed to Zelensky as a post-war leader, and the original point, I don't think that this should remotely affect the degree of support that you have for Ukraine. If anything, the more mess there is going on in Ukraine's domestic politics, the more that's advantage Putin, and the more reason that is to support Ukraine with greater rather than lesser commitment if you are interested in what is strategically the national interest of your Western country. Lots of love, Toxin.
Okay. So there was a discussion about the corruption, but it did not exactly explain the corruption itself. It sort of explained the corruption, but okay, we can work with this. I'm fine working with this. So, a close associate of Zelensky fled the country just before being investigated for high-level corruption. 2 high-level politicians were dismissed over this corruption. We can look at this. Okay, we can take a look at it. Because there's a lot happening when it comes to this whole scandal. Also, I'm from Poland. I'm keenly aware that corruption is not exactly a uniquely Ukrainian thing. Or is it? Where is the people being fired? There you go. Justice and Energy Ministers fired. Ukraine's parliament voted on Wednesday to dismiss the Energy and Justice Ministers after a major corruption investigation into the energy sector sparked the country's biggest wartime political crisis. You have the people involved being fired here. The probe into an alleged 100 million scheme to control contracting at the state nuclear agency has stirred public anger at Ukraine's leadership as it struggles to fend off Russian forces. Justice Minister German Galushchenko, who served as Energy Minister from 2021 until 2025, and current Energy Minister Svitlana Hrynchuk had both resigned earlier under pressure from President Volodymyr Zelensky. Both cabinet ministers deny any wrongdoing in the scandal. Opposition forces have called for tougher measures after news of the probe rattled Kyiv's political class, including a total government overhaul and the dismissal of Zelensky's powerful chief of staff. Anti-corruption authorities have said their investigation, whose chief suspect is Zelensky's former business partner, includes other state agencies. Okay, so there was an aftermath of people being fired, consequences are being drawn. But let's talk about a little bit of international aftermath. And that is the weaponization of this ongoing scandal in order to undermine aid to Ukraine. Because the narrative being presented is, of course, the West is aiding Ukraine with a huge amount of money. That money is supposed to go to the war effort, to the continuation of the Ukrainian state. Ukraine actually has a pretty big budget deficit. You might not be aware of this, but Ukraine is actually having a big problem of a huge budget hole that needs to be filled of over 100 billion, if memory serves. And it needs that money at the start of next year, very urgently. And now, the European Union is presenting solutions as to how to provide Ukraine with that money. And there are states that do say, look, where is this money going? How is it being audited? Look at this 100 million that has been just embezzled by the Ukrainian oligarchs. This is where this is where the aid money is going. This is what is happening to it. This scandal demonstrates what happens to the aid, and therefore no new aid should be given. And the biggest example of that, the biggest perpetrator of that is, of course, Orban Viktor. Orban says more financial support for Ukraine is like sending a case of vodka to an alcoholic. That is Viktor Orban's big opportunity to attack Ukraine. Viktor Orban has been anti-Ukraine from the very beginning of the war. Hungary has not been providing any military support to Ukraine. Hungary has been using this conflict, especially Viktor Orban has been using this conflict to play domestic politics, especially in the context of the incoming elections, in which there is a not small chance that Viktor Orban could lose and get ousted out of power, which is why he is really ramping up the anti-Ukraine and anti-European Union rhetoric, in which he is the sole protector of Hungarian people against war. The European Union pushes for war. Ukraine is trying to drag everybody into war. And Viktor Orban is the only sane, quote-unquote, person within the European Union that is trying to protect his people from that. And it is within that context in which the entirety of Orban's anti-Ukraine rhetoric lies. Right? It is within this context in which he says that no further support should be provided for Ukraine. Hungary's Prime Minister has criticized the European Commission proposals to provide Ukraine with financial support next year, saying it would be like sending a crate of vodka to an alcoholic. In the message posted on the X social media platform, Orban said he had received a letter from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen on Monday. Let's read that message, actually. Let's read it in full. Because why not? We have the opportunity. We can just read it in full. I received a letter today from President von der Leyen. She writes that Ukraine's financial gap, which is a substantial gap and could pose a big problem for Ukraine coming next year, is significant and asks member states to send more money. It's astonishing. At a time when it has become clear that a war mafia is siphoning off European taxpayers' money, instead of demanding real oversight or suspending payments, the exact narrative that I have described to you just moments ago, the Commission President suggests we send even more. This whole matter is a bit like trying to help an alcoholic by sending them another crate of vodka. Hungary has not lost its common sense. Here you go. The weaponization of scandal in order to undercut the entirety of support for Ukraine. The corruption scandal, which has caused outrage in a country facing relentless Russian attacks on its energy infrastructure, comes at an acutely sensitive time for the Ukrainian government. It needs to garner international support to plug a 135 billion euro funding gap in the next year's budget. And that is a real problem. That is a real problem that the European Union thought it could tackle by giving Ukraine a loan, which would be guaranteed by the Russian frozen assets. But unfortunately, in this case, Belgium had blocked this initiative. So the European Union has to look for other alternatives to support Ukraine. But the case has already been seized upon by Kyiv's critics, and trust me, I have seen a lot of Ukraine's critics talk about this. I have seen a lot of narratives being spun. This is one of the bigger ones because this is not some politician. This is not just a member of some far-right party. This is not a niche opinion. This is a head of state pushing a narrative that is detrimental to Ukraine's survival, quite frankly. Such as Orban as a reason to withhold additional funding. This whole matter is a bit like trying to help an alcoholic. We already know this line. Since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Hungary has maintained warm relations with Moscow, buying energy from it, trying to set itself up as the peacemaker, wanting to host negotiations between Putin and Trump within his borders. And of course, Hungary has been criticized by the European Union for it. Hungary has been described as a Kremlin proxy, basically. Necessary funding. The exchange comes ahead of a December summit that EU officials describe as a crucial test of Europe's long-term support for Ukraine, whose public finances have been severely strained by Russia's full-scale invasion. In her letter to the EU's 27 leaders, von der Leyen wrote, "It will now be key to rapidly reach a clear commitment on how to ensure that the necessary funding for Ukraine will be agreed at the next European Council meeting in December," because this is a very critical moment for Ukraine. Let's not mince words. She also cautioned governments that there are no easy options and warned that Europe cannot afford paralysis, either by hesitation or by the search for perfect or simple solutions which do not exist. 3 options. The document outlines 3 possible ways to fund Ukraine's financial and military needs over the next 2 years. The first would rely on voluntary bilateral contributions by national governments, paid directly from their budgets. The second would involve jointly issued EU-level debt backed by national guarantees, meaning each country would be responsible for its share. The third option, which von der Leyen notes would not require additional national spending, is a reparations loan based on the immobilized assets of the Russian Central Bank held in the European Union. And that has been tried. That has already been tried, but Belgium has blocked it. So there's an impasse there. There has been an effort to activate the third solution. The Commission estimates that around 210 billion euro in Russian central bank funds and related balances are currently blocked across the bloc, including 185 billion euro at the Euroclear settlement house in Brussels. Under the proposal, Ukraine would repay the loan only once Russia agrees to cover wartime damages. So as you can see, the corruption scandal is not just a domestic problem. It is something that certain people, certain politicians, certain activists, certain heads of states will weaponize to try to undermine support for Ukraine. And in my opinion, by extension, to undermine the very survival of Ukraine. I don't think it's an exaggeration. Ukraine is, in fact, fighting for its survival right now. And this is why this corruption scandal is such a big deal. Because as much as the content creator that we've watched just now said, the answer is it should not undermine, it should not make you less supportive of Ukraine. There will be louder voices than this person, because I would say that internationally, Viktor Orban is a louder voice that will say, actually, you know what? Yeah, it should make you less supportive of Ukraine because your tax money is being wasted. It's being siphoned by the war mafia. Ukraine is stealing your money. It's stealing your hard-earned tax money that is supposed to go for aid but is not being in any way supervised, and you're being robbed, and it should stop. That is the narrative that will be pandered by much louder voices, and that is a problem. I think we understand that that is a huge problem, right? And I don't know what in the case of Orban, I think the only parties that can push back effectively are the other European states, basically. The other European states have to push back against the Viktor Orban narrative. I feel like that's the only effective way of combating something like that. But it will happen. It possibly will happen from places like Slovakia. I'm still not know what the attitude of the Czech Republic will be moving forward after the new change in the government. We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how much damage this rhetoric from Viktor Orban will actually cause, if it will affect anything. Yeah, it is populism because he is fighting for survival himself. He is fighting to keep his regime afloat, and Ukraine is being used as a tool to achieve that domestic effect. Yeah. He's trying to stir his voter base to vote for him because he is placing himself as the defender of peace and as a shield against the European Union as well as Ukraine that are trying to drag the Hungarian people into war. And that is why the whole rhetoric about supporting Ukraine in the war itself being a bad thing inherently. Because that's perpetuating war. And Viktor Orban, as you know, is trying to protect his people from war. It's a very insidious way for him to perpetuate his regime, or in this case, for his regime to survive in the first place. Okay. I think we've done this. I think that's a segment. I think we're well done, Lucy. Greater ain't. I'm back. Is there a sliver of a chance that you end the stream with some gaming? Yeah, I think so. I think we'll do some gaming. Sorry, I have not. Just wanted to finish the segment. I didn't want to interrupt it with, with something completely unrelated. Because that's going to be a nightmare for fake Alec Cal Parker. And for me. So in that sense, I didn't want to, Yeah, we'll do some gaming. Well, we might as well do some gaming now, right? We might as well do some light gaming now, and then continue with the news. I do want to do some more news before we continue on. I've done some sleeping, so I'm not tired. We'll do some more stream, and then we're gonna continue with the news. And then later I'm gonna continue with the article and stuff. Yeah, we can do some of that. Well, maybe now. Maybe we'll end the stream. I was thinking more Warhammer. 40k. Space Marine. Was thinking some Space Marine action. For a few minutes or something. I'll go to the toilet as well. I'll be right back. I'll check up on Fido.
Sega.
Is it? Okay. I'm gonna be right back.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
Destroy them!
Oh my god. I've been talking all this time. Oh, whatever. My commentary was brilliant. Oh, that's all you need to know. I said that I'm retreating often because I'm recovering my shield. The glowy thing around my health as a shield. Listen, much bigger and more accomplished streamers have done the thing when they would talk to the audience for 10 minutes straight and then realize they were muted. God, at least I didn't do that during the political segments. That would be unfortunate. If I were ranting for like minutes on end and then... Whoops. Muted. There you go, healing factor. You get live recovery when you enter this mode, as you probably already gathered. Those look like little goblins rather than orcs. I sure hope the enemy does not come in endless waves here. I'm just not endlessly wasting time. That would be unfortunate. There's definitely a finite amount of them. Or is there a finite amount of them? God, I sure hope so. Oh my gosh, I almost died now. The last thing I want to do is to do all of that again. Oh my gosh. How many enemies are there here? Jesus. How many enemies? Yeah, is that it? think that's it. I think we've done it. Whoa, we've actually done it. We've done it and it's done. Yep, we've done it. That's nice. I need some ammo. I love me some of that stuff. Oh, well, that is disappointing. But you know what happens. Happens to the best of us.
This is Primus Command. Orcs inside the perimeter.
Oh no.
Secondary defense positions and hold the line.
Welcome to Bastion Primus, Captain. Sergeant
Hello.
Sedonis briefed me about the Inquisitor and his doomsday weapon. He said you require air transport to the Calcus facility.
Your Valkyries are the fastest way to reach it, and we have no time to spare.
Your men are already on board their Valkyrie, and the squadron's ready for liftoff. We'll get you to Calcus with all speed. It's
Cool.
time the Imperial Guard brought the fight to the Orcs.
Cool.
Pilots, this is Lieutenant Mira aboard Valkyrie 1. Look sharp, Orc flyers inbound.
Captain Titus, I need a gunner to man the heavy bolter.
No way. That was silly. Yes, there's always some stupid overheating mechanic involved. I'm gonna keep the healing. Hello. Oh, I cannot heal. Survive the worst.
Coming, Lieutenant. Valkyrie 2 is down. I require immediate transport.
What happened to my hammer of justice? There's a nice shooting mechanic. Do everything. Mm-hmm. We died.
Today. Tomorrow, you may be dead.
Oof. Okay. We've played a bit of the game.
Coming, Lieutenant.
Quit mission. Yes. And quit the game altogether. Yep, we're exiting the game. Alright. Perfect. We've done it. We've done the game justice, I think. This is not a gaming stream, so we're not gonna be on it too much. But yeah. Yes. I'm gonna be talking about the aftermath of the sabotage in Poland, because there has been aftermath. Of course, there has been aftermath. There's been violent, vile aftermath. I've done a little bit of a segment on it, and the very next day, new revelations came out to light, and therefore we're gonna talk about it a bit. Because why not? Why the hell not? We've talked about Orban, we've talked about the surrender plan. We might as well talk about the anti-Ukraine sentiment that is brewing again in the Polish sphere related to the big and scandalous attack on the rail tracks that serve as a delivery system for arms for Ukraine. That is going to be our next course of action. We have things on it. There you go. Oh, there's a lot to talk about here. So first of all, the culprits have been found. The culprits have been, well, not found. I should say the culprits have been identified. The culprits of the attack on the Polish railway have been identified. It is said that they are 2 Ukrainian nationals. Apparently 4 more suspects have been identified as well that are still within Poland. The 2 main suspects have fled Poland via the Belarus border. They have been working very predictably for the Russian government, for the Russian special forces. They have been working for the Russian intelligence. This sabotage is the work of Russia. But of course, because the immediate people that have done the deed are Ukrainian nationals, paid off by Russia or hired by Russia or otherwise linked to Russia, many anti-Ukraine politicians, many anti-Ukrainian spokespeople within the Polish political sphere, within Polish politics, within Poland, have of course started saying that Ukraine is the problem, Ukraine is the culprit, Ukrainian refugees are the culprits, that Ukrainian refugees should be therefore immediately deported, that Ukraine should not accept any more refugees, that Poland should not help any more refugees, the narratives keeps stacking, that all previous hybrid warfare attacks on Poland were perpetuated not by Russia but by Ukraine, that Russia is just used as a scapegoat, that actually Russia has no interest, has no gain in doing these attacks on Poland, and that Ukraine has all to gain from these attacks, because the Polish far right is actually using the same playbook as Viktor Orban is using. It is very opportune that we're talking about this right after talking about Viktor Orban, because the narrative here used by the far right in the Polish politics sphere, especially from the Polish Confederacy Party, is that Ukraine has everything to gain from committing attacks on Poland, hybrid attacks, terrorist attack. Why? Because it wants to drag Poland into war. It wants to scapegoat Russia. It wants to frame Russia as the one doing it in order to drag Poland directly into the conflict. That is the narrative that is being spun by the Polish far right party, the Confederacy of the Crown. And it works on some people. It definitely works on some people. And also, naturally, the extension of the argument is that Poland should normalize relations with Russia. Those are the couple of arguments that are being used in relation to this whole thing, back to back. And of course, there's the actual response of the Polish government of the whole thing, which is to put Poland on high alert, activate 10,000 Polish troops to patrol. I think the level of security is now Charlie, which is the third of the 4 levels of security system in place. And Poland has closed the last consulate, I believe, in Poland, the last Russian consulate, because Russia has been accused of staging a deadly rail attack. The goal was not just to prevent Ukrainian military gear from getting to Ukraine. The goal was also to, in the minds of the government, to kill people, to derail a train and to kill people. Let's listen to a video related to these news.
The Polish foreign minister has called the recent railway sabotage in Poland an act of state terrorism by Russia.
There you go, and that is why the consulate has been closed. Makes sense, right? Makes perfect sense. If country is hostile towards you to the point that they commit terrorist attacks against your country, then it makes sense to sever diplomatic relations with that country. I don't think it requires a complicated explanation as to why that makes sense.
On Wednesday, Radosław Sikorski, Poland's foreign minister, who is also Poland's deputy prime minister, addressed the parliament to talk about these recent acts of sabotage, and he has condemned them strongly and said that Poland's response to them will go beyond diplomatic measures.
This time, this wasn't just sabotage like before. This was an act of state-sponsored terrorism with a clear intention to cause human casualties. We will respond to this, and not just diplomatically.
Radosław Sikorski has...
The response that is not just diplomatic is... Oh, no video? The response that is just... We'll watch the video again.
Devoted a substantial...
Why is the browser gone? This is so weird.
foreign minister has called the recent railway sabotage in Poland an act of state terrorism by Russia. On Wednesday, Radosław Sikorski, Poland's foreign minister, who's also Poland's deputy prime minister, addressed the parliament to talk about these recent acts of sabotage, and he has condemned them strongly and said that Poland's response to them will go beyond diplomatic measures.
This time, this wasn't just sabotage like before. This was an act of state-sponsored terrorism with a clear intention to cause human casualties. We will respond to this, and not just diplomatically.
And the response is to mobilize 10,000 Polish troops to patrol. Just in case you were wondering what this not just diplomatic response is, we already know what it is. It has been put into action.
Radosław Sikorski has also devoted a substantial part of this address to criticizing Poland's President Karol Nawrocki. Foreign Minister Sikorski says that President Nawrocki is embracing an anti-Western narrative at a time when Poland faces serious and increasing threat from the East, and therefore...
That's right. At the time when Poland is facing an increasing threat from Russia, let's not just say vaguely the East, it's Russia. It's very specifically Russia. Nawrocki is building a very specific anti-European Union narrative and is fueling the so-called Polexit. Yes, Polexit is a term that is used by far-right politicians to say that Poland, just like the United Kingdom, should in fact leave the European Union. Insane rhetoric. It would be... If Poland chose to leave the European Union, it would not just be Poland shooting itself in the foot. It would be Poland shooting itself in the face. Quite literally. Poland leaving the European Union would be the equivalent of Poland shooting itself in the face. I don't think there's a better way to put it. I just think that the European Union is far too much of a benefit for Poland to leave it and to assume that that is a smart move on its end. There's a reason why Ukraine so desperately wants to get into the European Union, because there are huge benefits involved in being part of the bloc.
Therefore, he's misinterpreting the real danger.
You are not helping the EU or Poland's case when you insinuate that European integration is a conspiracy directed against Poland. You are setting the stage for Poland's exit from the EU. You do not represent Poland's perspective when you speak in anti-EU fashion. You only represent your own views and those of your office. The enemy is whoever sent the saboteurs with a mission to murder Polish people.
The presidential office has issued a response to the statements from Foreign Minister Sikorski.
The EU is far from what many Poles, myself and the Polish president would like it to be. We want a bloc that makes space for freedom and sovereignty of its members.
There you go. This narrative that the European Union threatens the sovereignty of individual states, that the states stop being independent, that they just become client states, that just become subservient to the European Union.
Not a bloc that resorts to decrees and dictates that are impossible to contest. We want a bloc that will allow Poland to play an active role, to have a voice, not a bloc that only listens to what Berlin has to say.
There you go. Very strong anti-German narrative while we're at it, especially during the governance of the Law and Justice Party in Poland. There was a whole narrative of Germany rebuilding an empire, so Poland being besieged from both the East and the West, but more from the West.
But as a retaliation for the acts of sabotage, it will close the last remaining consulate of the Russian Federation in Poland, located in the port city of Gdańsk. And
there you go, the last consulate is being closed.
Also will restrict the movement of Russian diplomats in Poland. From Warsaw for TVP World, Ovidiusz Nidzieja.
So as you can see, the aftermath of this event is not a small one. And the direct culprits of the deed have been identified. They have not been apprehended because they have fled the country. But there are a lot of different responses to this. I have shown light on some of them. And, well, some of them are anti-Ukrainian. There's a lot of anti-refugee rhetoric right now that any sort of support for them should be completely cut off, that they should be thrown out of the country, that they should not be accepted. It is disgusting rhetoric. It is disgusting to take Russian hybrid warfare and blame it on Ukrainian refugees. But you know what? That is in fact the far-right playbook, so I'm not even super surprised at this point that is happening. But that is a small update that I really wanted to do on the subject of the sabotage. A small update that I thought would be beneficial to make on this stream. Right? Any questions? Any thoughts? No questions? Well, then we're gonna get to the last segment of the night or the morning, and then I'm gonna sleep a bit, and then I'm gonna get hard to work. Of course, I have to walk Fido in a few hours. Yep. Oops. So before we get into our last segment, as always, everybody that's still watching, press like. Please consider going to lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing, because I am intensifying my preparation to head back to Ukraine. And trust me when I say we are going to need every cent. And by we, I mean me. By we, I mean me. The work never ends. Work never ends. This is an important one. This is an important one because it hits home. This is directly related to the work that I do in Ukraine. This is directly related to the subject matter that I tackle in Ukraine. So it makes sense for me to mention this, to talk about it. US-Russia back-channel talks spark warning over abducted Ukrainian children. And trust me, what is happening to those children, it's not good. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I don't think this picture needs an explanation. And in case it does need an explanation, this is the militarization of Ukrainian children by the Russian state, which is preparing those children to become loyal Russian citizens, as well as soldiers that will be ready to die for it. By, for example, fighting their country of origin, Ukraine. Raising children, Ukrainian children, to fight against Ukraine. This is already happening. This is not a hypothetical. This is not an abstract scenario. This is already happening. Children have been kidnapped since 2014, And those children that have been kidnapped in 2014 grow up, they have been enlisted into the army, and they have been used against Ukraine. It is an unfortunate fact. It is a very tragic fact, but it is still fact. So when we speak of Ukrainian children being prepared to join the Russian military, when we talk about the militarization of children, it is something that has been going on for 10 years plus now, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Genocide, an attempt to wipe out a nation, is not a term to be used lightly.
Yeah. And I think the term genocide absolutely applies here. Because one of the highlighted points of the Genocide Convention, the Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, the UN Convention, is the forceful transfer of the children from one group to another. And the kidnapping of Ukrainian children absolutely meets that criteria.
But Ukraine says Russia's kidnapping of thousands of Ukrainian children is part and parcel of Vladimir Putin's stated war aim to Russify Ukraine and kill those who resist.
Yep.
So is Russia's treatment of stolen Ukrainian children part of a genocidal plan? To answer this question, I'm going on the record.
I mean, there's no question here. The forceful transfer of children from one group to another constitutes a genocide in itself. It's not just a part of genocide, of a genocidal plan. That alone constitutes a genocide.
With Tordis Gylfadottir, the Council of Europe's Special Envoy for Ukrainian Children and former Foreign Minister of Iceland.
We were put on Kamaz trucks and taken to the filtration camp.
There you go. The militarization of children.
Fear. Fear of not knowing, of not understanding. I was trying to at least find out if my son was alive or not.
They said that Ukraine would cease to exist soon, that nobody needed us anymore, and that we would never return.
That is a very strong part of the narrative, that the children that are kidnapped are being fed by their kidnappers, that their parents are either gone, and even if they are not gone, they do not want them anymore, they have abandoned them, and that the only place left for those children is Russia. That the only group that will take care of them is the Russian state. And they also suggest that the best course of action for these children is to choose a military career. Those are I've heard from many families, from the organizations that I've been working with, that a common theme of children being told that they are not wanted anymore, that Ukraine is just rubble at this point, that the Ukrainian parents have all but abandoned them, they don't love them anymore, they don't want them anymore, they are not needed. But Russia needs them, Russia embraces them, Russia will take care of them, Russia will guarantee a good life for them. That is a common narrative that is being used, I would say, against the children, to manipulate them, to break their spirit, to make them susceptible to manipulation. Further manipulation, I should add.
This is nothing but a genocide of the Ukrainian people through our children.
Yep. I agree with this. I don't know if the hosts of this program will agree, but I absolutely agree with that is what is happening here. Yeah, to like 100%.
Minister, thank you very much for joining TVP World today.
Thank you for having me.
So is what Russia doing when it comes to Ukrainian children comparable to anything we've seen since the Second World War? And is this indeed a genocide as we have?
I think it's comparable. I think it is comparable. And the comparison being made here is, of course, the infamous kidnapping of Eastern European children, not just Polish children, but Eastern European children by the Nazis. And in a way, my grandfather was one victim of such a kidnapping by the Nazi forces.
In this report.
Well, we have reports, facts and data that shows definitely that Russia is committing war crimes. Of course, we have independent, courts that will have to take that on. War crimes, war against humanity, genocide, cultural genocide.
Nope. The forceful transfer of children from one group to another, there's no ambiguity about it. It is directly listed in the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide.
I mean, that is something for the independent courts to look into. But we already have an arrest warrant, as we know, on...
Yep, we do. On two people. Vova Belova as well as Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova. So we have not seen in these numbers, since the Second World War. And we don't even know the number, really. I mean, we know that these are tens and thousands of children.
Unaccompanied children. The accompanied children with families that are being forcefully moved within the occupied territories go into the hundreds of thousands. I will never stop repeating this. I will never stop reminding this.
But what is important is to track them, to know where they are, to bring them back, and then to hold Russia accountable for their actions, because this is not a consequence of being in a war. This is strategic and systematic from the top down, and it's horrific. And I think every normal human being understands how fundamentally wrong it is to steal other people's children. Yep. And therefore, this should be extremely high on the political agenda, and this should be...
And it is not, of course. Naturally, it is not. It is being not talked about enough. It is being a very relatively quiet topic. And some even say that it is overblown, but I do not treat these people seriously. When someone says that this topic is being overblown, I completely ignore them. I completely dismiss this sort of argumentation. Which is why I also feel like I should intensify the amount of work that I do around this subject of kidnapped children.
It is very important to raise awareness about the fact that this is happening in real time, that we know it, we see it, we track it, and also for regions that are, more neutral when it comes to...
I will definitely be doing projects around that as I return to Ukraine. More organized projects.
This war, Russia's war in Ukraine, because this is the part of the full-scale war that I think every normal human being, understands and feels is not right.
So how do you feel when you see so many countries or individuals around the world seem to be justifying what Russia is doing in Ukraine and ignoring this issue?
I think what we need to do is to raise awareness, even in European countries that in general know more about what is going on in Ukraine than maybe in other parts of the world. There are still far too many people that don't know that this is happening, that don't know the scale of it. And again, even in groups or regions or countries where people try to justify what Russia is doing. I haven't met many that say that this is, something that you can't justify. Of course, we hear people say, "Oh, this is just Western propaganda. This is not really happening," because that's what the Russians say. But that is a minority. So if people would know, I think that would have an effect. And therefore, I'm grateful to be here. And it is crucial for the media, not only in Europe, but also in the United States. This is a bipartisan issue in the United States. Therefore, we should, very much.
And yet there are people, this is such an underreported thing. This is a painfully underreported topic.
Increase our political push. You cannot talk about a just peace in Ukraine without tackling this issue and bringing the children back to Ukraine.
So when the Russians are saying that they're...
Also, the Russian Federation has repeatedly openly mocked the attempts by Ukraine to retrieve the children during peace negotiations, among other times.
Taking these children to safety, and it has nothing to do with forced kidnapping or...
Taking children to safety should not include changing their name and surname, changing their date of birth, putting it up for adoption into Russian families, telling them that Ukraine is a piece of rubble at this point, that their parents or any living family members do not love them or need them, telling them that they should live as Russians, telling them that they should not be using the Ukrainian language, telling them that they should join first the Russian paramilitary youth organizations and then in the future the Russian military. Those are not necessary components of bringing children endangered by war into safety, I don't think. And yet Russia seems to think that that is an absolute necessity when it comes to these children. And I guess the question is, why? Is a rhetorical question, but one that kind of needs to be asked.
Or stealing children. What is the evidence to the contrary?
Well, we have evidence. I mean, we have...
The Russification process itself is evident.
Children that have actually been brought back, who have their testimonies, who have their stories. We have, Yale Humanitarian Research Lab that is, tracking tens and thousands of children in Russia in more than 200 locations, and also going through Belarus.
Ah, yes. There are also the infamous Russian militarization facilities for children. That also needs to be talked about all the time, non-stop. That Russia is militarizing Ukrainian children in Russia.
And so we know that this is not voluntarily happening. We have testimonies, facts, and data, evidence that that's not the case. But of course, they use their narratives. They say, we were rescuing them from danger and so forth. But that is... That
also, according to law, Russia should be then transferring these children to a third-party country that is not linked to this war. So Belarus does not count as such a country.
That's just not the case. And we already have, as I said, data, facts, reports, and knowledge that that's not the case.
Are you meeting some of the victims, both parents and children, when you're in Ukraine or elsewhere?
I have met children that have been brought back, some of them with their parents because of their...
I have interviewed psychologists that work with such children. I don't think I've interviewed any families or children that have been kidnapped per se. I have certainly interviewed families from occupied territories, but that's a little bit of a different situation.
Age, so I've heard their stories. Also, I've been in conferences and panels where you have...
Can you tell our viewers how it is from their perspective, something that...
Yeah, I mean...
You remember vividly as
yes,
something...
I can picture them in my head when I think about it. I mean, of course, their stories are different. They're not all the same. But what they all have in common is that they're not allowed to speak Ukrainian.
Or rather, it is not exactly that they're not allowed to speak Ukrainian. They're pressured not to speak Ukrainian. I know it's technically speaking it's like a distinction without a difference, but they are mocked by their peers for using Ukrainian. The teachers penalize them for doing it. There's a constant pressure that the children are being made to feel that they don't fit in. Combined with the rhetoric of you're not wanted by your parents, you're not loved by your parents, you are unneeded by your country of origin. Only we need you, we will take care of you, we will provide you with a future that you do not have in Ukraine, because Ukraine is just a bunch of rubble by now and your parents do not love you. These children are brainwashed into thinking, oh my God, I have to fit in. I have to speak Russian because I have nothing else. There's nothing else. I've lost everything else. My mother and father do not want me. Ukraine does not want me. There's no Ukraine anymore. If I don't fit in here, if I don't speak Russian, then what do I even have? It is much more thin. It is much more vicious than just straight up saying, no, you're forbidden from speaking Ukrainian. The process is much more involved and awful, in my opinion.
Forced to speak Russian. They are in general.
There's a lot more insidious manipulation involved, in my personal opinion. And yes, I'm not just pulling these things out of my ass. It's based on the testimonies and on the interviews that I have conducted with the mental health care professionals that work with these rescued children.
They're told that either their parents are not alive, their parents don't love them.
There you go. That's exactly what is happening.
Ukraine will not continue to exist, and so forth. Some of them, and that we also have some knowledge of, but we have to dig deeper into that, and that is part of what I want to do in my mandate, is to have to do a research to have more information about the indoctrination, which is something that
I'm trying to always get more information on that as well. The process of indoctrination, what the children are being told, what systems are being put in place in order to indoctrinate the children, what systems are being put in place to militarize the children. I know that a big part of it is pressuring the children into joining the paramilitary organizations, because I've mentioned that there is bullying happening to those children. There's constant pressure on those children. There's constant mistreatment of those children. And the reward for joining a paramilitary youth organization in Russia is presented as a reward, is presented as a thing that will free the children from those pressures, from that bullying. That the moment that they join the organization, it flips. They are suddenly treated well, respected, they're venerated among their peers. It suddenly becomes the complete opposite, which creates a very positive association in the children's minds that they can strive for a better life, a happier life, if they join those military organizations, paramilitary organizations. It's a very vicious system of manipulation towards those children. Very, very vicious.
People should also know about that they are planning to use Ukrainian children to go to the front line.
Yeah, it's already happening. It is not something that is just a plan. This plan has already been implemented. This plan has already been put into practice. Because as I've said, children kidnappings have not begun in 2022. They have begun in 2014. And those children kidnapped in 2014 have grown up and became soldiers for the Russian cause against Ukrainian people in this war. Children kidnapped in 2014 have been utilized as soldiers against Ukraine in this war. Some of them have been arrested. Some of them are right now in Ukrainian prisons. A very, very twisted situation.
And fight their own people who are, sacrificing their life, possibly, to fight for the future of those same children. That is also part of what they're doing. To Russify them and to basically try to erase their identity.
Yeah.
And this is something that is known from history. But what we are doing now is we are tracking them. We know that this is happening, and we have the ability to actually do something about it. Of course, it is extremely complex.
And there are organizations that conduct rescue operations, very complicated and very confidential rescue operations. Among them, this Save Ukraine, for example, was one of those organizations that just straight up organizes rescue operations for the kidnapped children.
And I saw on the video, I saw Mikolo Kuleba from Save Ukraine. I mean, what they are doing.
There you go. A very, very famous organization that I have been working with.
Is remarkable. We have a little over 1,800 children that have been brought back. Most of them through, rescue missions.
Yep.
We have some countries that are working through, mediation between both sides. Hopefully we'll get more of those countries and hopefully in bigger numbers, children that will be brought back. But you can, 1,800 out of tens and thousands, if that's the pace that this will, continue on, it's obvious that those children will not be children when eventually, and some of them...
Yeah, and of course there's even a bigger problem. Some of these children are at this point, at the point of our capabilities, just unretrievable, period. Because some children are kidnapped at such a young age that they're basically infants. And when you're an infant, you don't really have any facial features, distinguishing facial features. You don't have an identity to speak of below a certain age, which is also a very, very important thing to know. And those children are sometimes just unretrievable. You cannot identify them. Once they're kidnapped, they're gone. You cannot find them. You will never be able to find them. And that is one of the bigger tragedies of this. Like below a certain age, it becomes ranging from very difficult to impossible to find them. And in order to rescue children, you have to be able to identify them. You have to be able to identify them as Ukrainian. You have to be able to identify them as the children that have been kidnapped in order to rescue them. And below a certain threshold of age, that just becomes nigh impossible.
Of course, we know that Russia has been simplifying, adoption procedures and so forth. So
yeah.
Again, that shows that this is systematic, administrative, strategic thing that they're doing. And for some of the children, it will be extremely difficult, even impossible, to actually trace them. It's down to if you have a child that was maybe 18 months old, that child will not remember.
Right. So time is on Putin.
And if there is a child of 18 months old that is kidnapped, it will be extremely difficult to find that child. To find that exact child, it'd be extremely difficult, trust me. The organizations that specialize in rescuing children say that those children in most cases are lost forever to their living relatives and to Ukraine as a whole.
Inside here,
it is. Time is on Putin's side. And again, I mean, it has to happen in bigger numbers. It has to be a political push from the international community. And this has to be a top priority in any talks.
And there also are sad realities in which the children actually, because the brainwashing is not neutral, in some cases the brainwashing is actually quite effective. There are cases in which the organization that rescue children get in contact with the children, and the children say, actually, no, I don't want to go with you. I don't want to be rescued by you. I have it good here. I want to be Russian. I don't want to go to Ukraine. That's not going to exist soon. I don't want to come back to the country that does not want me, that hates me even, because that is also, I think, that is being told to the children by Russia, that if they come back to Ukraine, they will be hated, they will be persecuted. They say, I don't want to go back. Russia promised me a nice apartment. Russia promised me a future, and I want a future. And sometimes it takes a bit of time for the children to realize what is happening and decide to come back. That is also a part that is worth discussing, that is worth noting. And sometimes it gets too late. Sometimes by the time the children decide to go back, they're no longer children. They are 18 and they are drafted into the military, to the armed forces of Russia.
About any form of peace negotiations or just peace.
Right, so how solid is the evidence that the International Criminal Court, which indicted Mr. Putin along with...
Very, very, very solid in my opinion. The most solid evidence is the testimonies of the children themselves. Matching. That is very extremely important to note. Matching testimonies of many, many, many rescued children.
With the misnamed ombudsman.
In fact, Russia posts evidence on its own by bragging about the putting out Ukrainian children for adoption. Russia actually Russia volunteers the evidence while we're at it.
It's my ombudswoman for children's rights, the lady you just mentioned. How solid is that evidence?
I believe it's solid. At least it's solid enough for them to actually go through with it.
Yep, I believe it is solid as well. From my own work on the matter, from the work that I've been doing around this subject, I believe that the evidence is solid. Yeah. The primary piece of evidence is the testimonies from the children themselves. The independent testimonies from the children that match and create a very specific, very consistent picture of what is happening to those children.
And again, what is crucial is that we continue to gather evidence, collect the data, and share it with, the bodies that will need it, and that is crucial for accountability. And I do think, of course, Ukraine puts a lot of focus on, bringing them back, keep it as a priority, and on accountability.
That is the most important thing, to bring those children back.
But for us, for Europe and for the Western world, and basically human beings that cherish the rule-based order and international law, we should be the ones to make sure that the accountability part is there. It shouldn't be Ukrainians who should, have to ask for support.
Yeah, although I'm very skeptical on the accountability part, I don't have much hope that Russia, that the people responsible for the kidnapping, that the people responsible for the militarization, I have no hope that justice will be served to those people. Right now, as we speak, I have no hope that Russia will face repercussions for the kidnappings. I just don't. I think that the best and most realistic thing that can be done in this matter right now is to retrieve the children. And that is being treated as a priority. that is treated as the number one priority, because that is a thing that can be done. We can talk of retribution, we can talk about justice, but right now there is no realistic way to deliver it. But there is a way to retrieve the kidnapped children, and that is a thing that is important to focus on right now.
To for tracking and so forth, because that is, for a civilized world, that is a fundamental thing to do.
You mentioned that already, because I want to go back to this Maria
Lvova-Belova, which herself has adopted a Ukrainian child. And when the Ukrainian child tried to stay being Ukrainian and to the child tried to what's the word? Tried to resist the Russification process. She just labeled it as a phase. It's normal for kids. You see.
Lvova-Belova, right? This lady who is
Maria
instrumental,
Lvova-Belova.
and you said that she helped change the regulations. Who is she? What is her role?
She's actually just a continuator of the work that Russia has been doing since 2014. There is a very important figure in Russian history and Russian recent history that has actually created the foundation for the process of systemic kidnapping of children. And that was the so-called Maria Teresa of Russia, the very famous internationally woman that would help the homeless. She was treated as a very generous, good person that would fight for the cause of the poor. She became very popular abroad, outside of Russia. That's why she was nicknamed the Maria Teresa of Russia, which is very ironic considering what we know about the actual Mother Teresa right now. And she was the woman that was incorporated into the Russian apparatus, state apparatus. And as part of that, she has laid the groundwork, the systemic groundwork for the systemic kidnapping of Ukrainian children that has started in the year 2014. And Maria Lvova-Belova is just a person that continues this legacy that has been started before.
All in all of this.
Well, she seems to have quite an important role. And of course, she has this title, so she has, a mandate and a power.
Right, the representative of, she's this person that has the title of the protector of children's rights, was it? Which is, again, a lot of irony in those titles.
But she has also been quite vocal. I watched an interview with her where she was quite...
Yeah, she is very proud of her work. She has described her work in detail. She has described the process of how children are being transported. She has described in detail her own situation. She has talked at great lengths about how she adopted a Ukrainian child and what that involved.
Vocal with what they're doing, and the fact
open,
that,
actually saying it
very, very openly. I've also seen the interview.
Yeah, very, very, very openly. That they are, adopting children and taking them from, temporarily occupied territories, and so forth. And so
why do you think European leaders are not really taking this up as a big issue? Because apart from you and maybe a few others, we don't hear
enough about it. But for example, when the group of leaders from Europe went to the White House not so long ago, Ursula von der Leyen used her opportunity there. This was her main point in the White House, and I was very grateful.
This is still not being talked about enough. Still not enough. Not nearly enough. Especially on a high state level.
For that, we have seen increased.
There should be a non-stop pressure on Russia. Release the children, release the children, release the children, release the kidnapped children. Non-stop, at every opportunity, at every peace negotiation, and every talk on the higher levels of diplomacy. There should be a push to pressure Russia into releasing the children. It should be a non-negotiable part of achieving peace in Ukraine.
Media attention. This is something that President Zelensky usually talks about in his speeches. And again, we've also seen increased support. For example, the European Union has been increasing their support inside Ukraine when it comes to the children that are actually being brought back, because of course they need, a lot of psychological support.
Why?
Sometimes the parents need psychological support as well, by the way, because there's a rift. There's a rift that happens between parents and children. The parents have problems communicating with their children after the brainwashing. There's a lot of work, not just to be done with the children themselves, but also with their parents. The parents have to be told how to communicate with their children and you. There is a problem that is being, that the whole families face. It's not just a problem that affects the kidnapped children. When the children have living relatives, the kidnapping affects everyone in the family. Everyone.
Give us an example of the traumas that these children go through.
I mean, of course, it depends on their situation. And
the worst types of stories involved, because sometimes the children are kidnapped with family members, and the children suffering, the children witnessing their parents being tortured, witnessing death on a daily basis. That's also a reality for those children. Again, constant manipulation, constant brainwashing, constant pressure and mistreatment until they join a paramilitary organization. There's a lot of types of pressures and traumas that these children undergo. Sometimes it's sexual assault, which also is something that needs to be talked about. It's not a huge percentage of the children, admittedly, that get sexually assaulted. But the number is high enough that I think it warrants a lot more discussion than it gets.
And also how long they've been there. I mean, usually it's a different thing to receive a child that has been in Russia for 6 months than someone that has been there for 2.5 years, as you can imagine. I mean, if they have been basically brainwashed, you have to, reintegrate them into Ukrainian society.
Yeah, you have to undo the process. And you cannot just, this is very important. This is a very important point that has been stressed to me by the mental health professionals that work with these children. You cannot just undo brainwashing by introducing your brand of brainwashing. You cannot counter fire with fire in these situations. You need to make the children think on their own. You have to give them space to come to certain conclusions on their own. You cannot just treat them to the very same things that Russia had done to them, if that makes sense. The undoing of the brainwashing that Russia does not just involve saying, you know what, their brainwashing was wrong. Actually, Russia's bad, we are good. That's how that works.
Yeah, they need rehabilitation.
But how about physical violence? I mean, there have been these reports of sexual violence committed by Russian troops on occupied territories against Ukraine. How well evident?
Interesting that this topic is being brought up. I want to definitely do reporting on that as well. That is a topic that is very underreported. And some organizations are actually guarded on when it comes to talking about it as well. So it becomes tricky.
We have all forms of violations, basically. Not with every child, but we have that as well. And they also need,
How widespread is that?
God, I've heard a number of 5% of the rescued children, maybe a bit more. I'm really wondering what kind of numbers I will be hearing in this interview, because
I couldn't say. I don't think we. I mean, we have.
It is not a big percent. When it comes to sexual assault, the percentage is not big, but again, it is substantial enough, in my opinion.
Some information in different, memos and reports, but I don't think we. At least I can't say.
Fair enough. That is fair enough.
I'm sure there's someone that could be, more accurate on it, but I'm not sure that we not necessarily know exactly. But they will also need, healthcare assistance, for example, and to close educational gap. I mean, and that is also their fundamental right to access education.
Yes, the educational gap. The problem that affects a lot of children, not just kidnapped children, but also children living in Ukraine and especially near the front line. That is a problem that affects children. And occupied territories, parents straight up hide their children so that they don't end up in the Russian education system, and that creates large gaps in education that need to be undone. And of course, the kidnapped children get put into the Russian education system, and that also has to be undone. So there's a lot of levels and aspects to the whole education gap. There are different types of educational gaps for these children, depending on their particular situations.
So the Ukrainians need also more, human resources. They need training, and that is something that the Council of Europe has been focused on, with e-learning, training for.
E-learning still creates a certain amount of educational gaps. There are certain things that cannot be done with e-learning, and you need children to meet up in groups in real life and socialize. Socialization is a big part of the educational gap, because life skills, social skills, being able to deal with that's also a form of education. Being able to deal with daily situations, with daily conversations, with social cues. Those are things that children lose when they are only exposed to e-learning. And that is also worth talking about.
This is like looking to the future. This is not yet justice. This is helping them return to their nation, if you will. But I'm more interested in this issue of how to pursue justice here.
Very difficult considering the situation.
Well, I would say, the pace of, the numbers that are being brought back, it's happening too slow. So we need more, the NGOs inside Ukraine need more support.
Yeah.
If we will see any
absolutely
form of peace negotiations, that this has to be a part of any form of peace negotiation.
This has to be a non-negotiable term. There can be no peace if the children are not returned. This should be a hard line.
That could mean that we would receive them in bigger numbers than we are doing now.
Yeah.
But we also have to make sure that the Ukrainian society has the capacity and the infrastructure needed
to bring them
back, because they have
to bring them back and also to reintegrate them.
To be rebuilt. And when we talk about, rebuilding Ukraine and reconstruction, sometimes it feels, in my opinion, that it's, a lot about energy infrastructure, roads and bridges.
Buildings,
but you can't really, rebuild a country without, investing in the future of that nation. And so trauma-informed care is crucial, not only for the children that are being brought back, but also in general for, children that have been, living in a war.
In a war, yeah, exactly, yeah. And their families. Again, there's a lot to this.
For almost 4 years now. And that is, you can imagine, for grown-ups, almost 4 years is a long time. For a child, that is it's an eternity. So trauma-informed care is also crucial, and that is something that I feel all leaders should be focused on as well. And the financial support needed in that is very tiny compared to other forms of support.
So overall, you said
And
it's
that is very painful to hear. That is one of the most important topics, and it is just being very, very, very overlooked. The children are the future, after all. The children are they are the people who will grow up, and they will be building the future of that country.
probably tens of thousands. Is there a more specific estimate? Are we talking about hundreds of thousands or?
Well,
in the case of unaccompanied children, we are talking about tens of thousands. In the case of children with families, for example, in the occupied areas of Ukraine, we're talking in the ballpark of hundreds of thousands of children. If that was the question, if I understood it correctly.
I can't say, but we know at least tens and thousands. And then if you take into account the temporarily occupied territories.
There you go. This distinction is being made here right now. Unaccompanied children versus accompanied children.
In Ukraine, the number of children all combined is 1.6 million.
There we go. 1.6 million children. 1.6 million. Staggering. A staggering amount of children.
So what kind of access and information do we have about their situation, their well-being? We, you know, all we know is that it's not good, but we don't know, we don't have, you know, overview or information about.
We have the information, again, from those children and families and grown-ups that are rescued from the occupied territories. They provide us with a lot of the more detailed information of what is going on in those occupied territories. And I have some experience interviewing people from occupied territories, sharing their stories with me.
How many of the 1.6 million are still there? Have, you know, in big numbers, children been taken from the temporarily occupied territories? So we do not know the number, but what we know is at least tens and thousands, and I'm afraid the number is higher actually.
Yeah. Right. One of the most disturbing elements of this is that there are reports that some of these children are put in camps and trained as soldiers. You mentioned that. Is there any evidence that some of them are already fighting?
Of course. Again, children have been kidnapped since 2014. And those children have definitely been fighting. I very much hope that this aspect will be brought up. That the kidnapping has not started with the full-scale invasion. It has started earlier.
There are mothers, fathers, brothers on the front line? I
couldn't confirm if they have actually been sent to the front line, but we have.
I can. I've been interviewing people from Save Ukraine. Children have been kidnapped in 2014, have been sent to fight against Ukrainians. Some of them are in Ukrainian prisons as we speak. So that's my answer to that question from the work that I've been doing around this particular subject.
Information that they are, yes, being indoctrinated, and that the plan is to send.
The kidnapping has been happening for some time. Some of these children have already grown up.
Them to the front line. And if you think about, you know, a Ukrainian boy who was maybe 15 years old when he was taken, I mean, he's now, you know,
almost 19.
Yeah, so he's more than 18. And
what about the children that have been kidnapped in 2014? Quite a few years have passed since 2014, huh?
And that part, you know.
I'm sad that this aspect has not been brought up. That the kidnapping has been going on for much longer than people assume. That actually saddens me a bit.
So how can this identity survive? Because you said you spoke to some of the children that were brought back. And we also saw in this material that they are aware of their Ukrainian identity and roots.
Not always. It depends on their age. It heavily depends on their age. Just how aware they are of their identity. Because sometimes the children are kidnapped so early that they have not formed any sort of identity one way or the other. They're very malleable at that age.
So what is the picture emerging there? Is this indoctrination, in other words, successful by Russia?
It's successful, you know, for many children, and of course their situation it's just so different. I mean, if you've been, you know, their background, their situation when they were taken matters, where they go, what kind of Russification is happening, for how long, and just what kind of trauma they go through. But I have also met, you know, children where they basically, you know, they knew all along that this was wrong. They still, you know, knew the truth and kept, you know, kept their faith. But then we also have success stories on you know, reintegration and rehabilitation, where with psychological support.
Yeah, I've heard those stories.
You know, we can invest in those human lives to make sure that they are part of, you know, Ukraine.
But there are also sad stories where the indoctrination of Russia takes root and the children actually refuse to be rescued. There are cases like that. There are cases in which those children change their minds along the way, but it is a complicated subject. It is not a simple subject.
Ukrainians' future.
Right. Now I would like to go back to what you said about the need for this to be part of any settlement in the future. Yeah. And also, I have a sense that you're saying that there's a certain shortage of allies when it comes to this particular issue and everything that surrounds the Russia's war on Ukraine. Melania Trump, the US First Lady, said a month ago that she was working with Russia to facilitate the return of more children. So far, it seems she managed to secure the freedom of 8 of them, but she remains hopeful.
8 children have been rejoined with their families during the past 24.
Yeah, Melania Trump has done her best to whitewash what Russia has been doing. I do not like this at all, just for the record.
Plans are already underway to reunify more children in the immediate future. I hope peace will come soon. It can begin with our children.
Disgusting.
Have you had any dealings with Ms. Trump, and is she part of your network working on this issue?
Not yet. I mean, I would be more than happy to have a dialogue with her, and I truly, you know, both wish her.
The whitewashing that she has been involved in this whole affair, it's very disturbing, to say the least.
All the best in her efforts, and I truly wish that she keeps this on the agenda. But because, of course, I mean, the attention that it brings and the platform that she has is tremendous. So if she would be, you know, all in on assisting.
Yeah, and I feel like she is misusing that platform, just for the record.
In this, we could see some real, you know, results and success. So
she's been mentioned as someone who can actually influence Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And that she actually did that.
Well, it's great, but the results do not speak to her great influence and to her great platform, do they? The results do not match the big worries, they just don't. They just don't. And there has been, again, a lot of whitewashing of Putin's actions along the way. So let's not get too excited.
At some point called a silent ally of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you see more evidence of that positive role?
I don't have any, you know, personal information on that. I just, you know, follow it closely and read whatever I can on this issue. You know, we can hope. And again, I mean, the platform that she has and the attention that it brings is remarkable. So she could definitely, you know, make sure that we would see some result, and that would be, a very, very big and beautiful contribution on her behalf.
It could be.
So we're hearing now, just these days, that the US is again talking to Russia unofficially about a ceasefire.
Yeah, the US is drafting a surrender plan as we speak.
Or even a peace deal. So how big is the risk that the Ukrainian children will be sacrificed in a quick deal?
I mean, that is part of the, real world and the, you could say, cold reality. Of course, a person in my position, for example, has to be quite adaptive on, external developments and what is decided on bigger scale somewhere else.
I think the big question is, should the children be sacrificed for the sake of a quick deal? Would the NGOs that conduct rescue operations still do it even in peacetime? That is the question.
But I just can't see how, human beings with power can say, quite, confident and proudly that we now have any form of peace and not deal with the fact that...
Well, unfortunately, I can imagine that quite easily, considering what actors we're dealing with in these peace negotiations. The unfortunate reality is that my imagination allows for me to imagine that.
The Russian Federation has stolen, tens and thousands of children and are not planning to give them back. I think for, people in power and for every
But it's definitely something within the realms of possibility. Definitely.
Like I mentioned, every normal human being understands that cannot be called peace.
Well, then we're not really dealing with normal human beings, are we?
I truly hope that will be a part of any form.
I am not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of putting all your chips on hope.
Of peace negotiations.
So what is your next task in the next few months? Do you plan to meet some of these officials you mentioned as perhaps not as outspoken on this? What is your plan? What is your target? What is your goal?
Well, I will be traveling to Stockholm next week to a conference, and there will be quite many important people there, but of course not maybe a lot of neutral people. I will be traveling to Doha Forum in Qatar early December. There
Qatar.
I will have an opportunity to have a dialogue and talks with people outside the
But we have some big powers around the world, some of the emerging powers, Brazil, India, they seem to be completely immune to any information about this. Why is that, and what are you going to do about this?
Well,
I wonder.
For example, I can say that Qatar has been taking on a role as mediator between both sides. That has shown results, and I do hope that will continue, and I do hope that we will see more countries taking on such a role, because we will need other countries that can have a dialogue with Russia to do that. And I know from and that is being worked on many fronts to increase the numbers of countries that could do so.
Okay.
And hopefully we will see that.
We have time for just last question. Here in Poland there is a debate about limiting financial support for some of the Ukrainian refugees.
Oh my God, that horrible, messed up conversation. Oh, here we go.
Including children, so the child benefit and other things. What would you say to politicians and average Poles who support such a attitude?
I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm trying not to interfere with domestic politics.
I am going to. I mean, I'm Polish, so I might as well say it. But children and families with children should receive those benefits. The Ukrainian community gives a big enough amount of money to the Polish GDP that those benefits should be sustained. That is all that I have to say on the matter.
But as a human being to other human beings in Poland, I would say that, you know, what is happening in Ukraine is basically it's a test of everything we stand for. And for us who have the privilege to be, you know, free, literally free, we have to do what we can to support the people that are actually sacrificing, you know, their life to become that kind of society that Poland is now. And I mean, I come from a country that has not been invaded, so we might take it for granted. I try not to, and I look at, for example, Poland and the Baltic states, and I say this everywhere I can. I mean, these are such a great examples of a recipe that works, If you know, when you are a country that is, you know, truly free, you can offer your citizens, you know, such a quality of life, and that is worth fighting for. So what we do to support them is a tiny cost in the bigger picture, and as I know from facts from this country, they're actually, you know, giving more into society than they are taking.
Yeah, exactly. By a big margin, by the way.
Very important fact to keep in mind.
Thordis, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching. This was On The Record. See you next week.
All right. That was great. I feel like I was able to add a thing or two from my own experience with the topic. And I guess we could end the stream here. It's been a bit of a stream. Okay. Let's see who I can send you to confidently and with love. Let me see. I'm gonna send you to somebody. I'm definitely gonna send you to someone. Riverboat Jack. Maybe I will get a raid from Riverboat Jack someday. But in the meantime, goodbye. Goodbye. It has been really nice talking about the topics that are important. Bye-bye.